Good morning. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in. It's go time. It's 6 a.m. We're all upped. We're all juiced. We're all amped. We're all ready for 4 hours of sports talk, entertainment, greatness coming your way and starting right this very second. What up, America? How we doing?
We made it to day 4.
We have.
I don't know if you knew that.
Nobody's hit each other. Nobody's broken anything. Come close. Haven't done it.
I wasn't worried about it. Well, no one came in this room and did that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
No one has been, that I am aware of, cussed out yet.
If it was going to happen, yesterday would have been.
Yesterday would have been it.
Been the day.
But
yeah.
Like the champions that we are, we rose to the occasion. We slapped the sign on the way out the locker room. We brought the same fire that we bring every day. We persevered and we came out the other side, not only alive, ladies and gentlemen, but thriving.
Yeah!
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 Let's get it. Let's have some fun on the show.
Man,
today.
I hope someone's alarm went off right then. No.
If you are one of the 3 people in the upstate that is lunatic enough to set your alarm to go off at 6 a.m. on the dot.
You are tempting me.
And I know, I wanted to see if you were going to spin around in the chair like Dr. Evil to get to the button.
My cord was a little tangled and I was worried I might
Fair enough.
Hurt myself.
If you're one of the psychopaths that has your alarm set off to go off at 6 a.m. and auto-tuned to the Rob Brown Show, your significant other is probably going to smother you to death one of these mornings.
No. That's a little violent.
I mean, wake me up at I was going to say wake me up at 6 a.m. You wake me up at 6 a.m. now, I've slept in and I'm fired. So I do have to tell you, I when we moved into this slot, so I am currently getting up at 3:45 a.m. That lets me be out of the house at 4 because I do all my, outside of brushing the teeth, everything else I need to do to get ready is done the night before. The clothes are laid out. I take a shower before I go to bed. That way I just pop up. I'm fresh. I'm relaxed. I'm ready to go.
How do you wake up without a shower? I
go to bed with
I mean, the shower helps me wake up.
So are you like a sweaty sleeper?
Look at me, man. I'm sweaty all the time.
Sweaty everything.
Yeah, I mean.
I'm not a sweaty sleeper. So I wake up. I'm refreshed. I'm relaxed. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling clean. I get up. I go feed the cat. I let the dog out. I feed the dog. Then I go brush my teeth. While I'm doing that, everything's ready to go. I get dressed. I hit the gate. I'm out at 4:50 or 4 o'clock. I'm in this building at, 4:15 to 4:20, ready to rock and roll. But now, this morning was the first morning. This is the process I've got. I've got my Alexa set up to bing at quarter to 4, 3:45. She bings. And I've got her set up where it's one of the
She bings.
I've got her set up in one of the it's an alarm that for the first minute it's very quiet. And then for the second minute it's a little louder. And then for the third minute it's a little louder. And by the 4th minute it's getting back up to regular volume. And then by the 5th minute she's like, "Hey, you lazy piece of crap, get out of bed." And by the 6th minute she's like, "Wake up! It's time to go." And then at 5 till 4, I have the alarm on my phone set. All right. And the alarm on my phone, alarm.
You said it, by the way.
I know. The alarm on my phone goes off at 5 till. And that one is not as pleasant as the rest. That one is like a nuclear bomb has gone off. And the goal is to be awake and up and turn that one off so that it doesn't wake the fiance up. Because if she wakes up to the Alexa, it gets progressively louder, but it's got like a very nice zen, like a nice kind of chill, gradually wake you up like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, The phone goes off and it's like, she will be furious if she hears that. So the goal is get up, get out of bed, go turn the phone. And I got to keep the phone on another part of the room. So I got to get up and go get it. So I'm out of bed, right? So I got up this morning. I got out of bed. I went into the bro cave. That's where I get ready. I lay my clothes out in there the night before when I'm doing prep. I leave the tablet of truth plugged in there. So it's all in the bro cave. I woke up this morning. I got out of bed. I grabbed the phone. I went into the bro cave and set the phone down on the computer stand, sat down in the gaming chair. Because I'm not going to lie, not that any of you care. Rob's a boxers at most sleeper. All right. At most, I'm going boxers. So I go in the other room. I sit down in the gaming chair to put on pants. And I kind of had that moment.
Wait, you got to sit down to put on your pants?
No, I don't have to, but at 4:00 in the morning, it's the best idea.
Okay.
All right. Sit in the gaming chair. And for those of you plebes that don't have a gaming chair yet, all right, if you haven't moved into the 21st century with the rest of us.
Even the nerds on the sports shows who've never picked up a controller, they have gaming chairs. They're
the best. They are the best.
They're formed in a way to be comfortable and also useful.
They're ergonomic.
Yeah,
they hug you.
They do.
I sat in the gaming chair. I leaned back in the chair, Lonzo, and I'm like, let me just put my head back for a second.
No, you can't do that.
Massive mistake. And I got very fortunate this morning because I put the head back, and I wasn't going back to sleep, but it was one of those where suddenly time isn't real anymore. Like you enter some sort of quantum vortex where seconds become minutes, minutes become hours kind of thing. And fortunately, our jerk of a cat has decided that if you're awake, it's feed and play time. So I leaned back in the chair just to close the eyes for a second, just to let the body find its chi, open the third eye, become aware to the vibrations of the universe. Channeling my inner Aaron Rodgers here. And
you are not currently on mushrooms, are you?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Channeling my inner Aaron Rodgers, and the cat jumps up in my lap. Except for I hadn't put the pants on yet. When the cat jumps up on the lap, if the cat doesn't land with good footing, it does, what cats do. And it uses its claws to lock in onto whatever surface it's about to fall off of, which in this case was
not the cat's fault, unless it's a clumsy cat, which is weird.
It is not the cat's fault. It's cat's doing cat things. Cat wanted to jump on my lap. Cat missed. Cat locked in with the claws onto whatever it could find in order not to fall back to the ground. Except what did the cat's claws find purchase in? My inner thigh.
Oh, I thought the story was going a totally different place. So did everybody else.
If that cat had jumped 8% higher, your boy would have been in a much different mood this morning. All right? Latched in on, howdy.
Maybe speaking in a higher pitch also.
Correct. I was awake at that point, and I look over at I got an Echo, which is the Alexa with the screen on it. I got an Echo in the bro cave over on the other side. I look over it, and it's like, it is 4:23 a.m. I'm usually almost here at 4:23. Nope, not this morning. I am sitting there with claw marks in my inner thigh, inches away from the crown jewels, with a cat staring me in the face, no pants on, a sleeveless basketball jersey. I'm like, I got to get my life together, dude.
You didn't let out a girly scream when you got clawed.
No, it was the very manly.
How far did the cat fly?
Cat was horrified. Cat took off. Cat gone out.
Okay, so you didn't help it excel its way out.
No, I didn't throw the cat.
Okay,
if I was going to, that would have been the moment. All right, that would have been the moment. But no, it sucked. So suffice to say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm jacked up this morning. I didn't even bring an energy drink this morning. There's zero monsters in this building for me right now.
I'm a little worried about that.
We'll see how that plays out about 9 a.m., but at 6 a.m., I don't freaking need it. All right?
So if I did that, will that just give you the shakes?
PTSD kicking in. All right, we got a lot of stuff to get to on the radio broadcast today. We will start, ladies and gentlemen, with the schedule of events for the day. Coming up today at 8:20, Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast. Rashad is going to be moving up in our scheduling moving forward. Rashad on Thursdays has 9 o'clock meetings with Q. In our old slot, he would have been at 10:20, No, 11. I don't know what time he did it. It was in the old slide. Who cares? That was ages ago. But based on his schedule and ours, Rashad Beard has been ever so kind enough to make availability for us on Thursday. So at 8:20 a.m., Rashad Beard will join us here on the radio broadcast. We'll talk Carolina Panthers. We're also going to talk Panthers coming up here in just a couple of minutes because I found yesterday, and if you are not watching on the stream, you're going to want to, because I found yesterday what I think is a very interesting chart using Pro Football Focus's advanced analytics. And it is a chart that I believe will convince you that, yes, there is a problem with the Panthers quarterback position, but it's not Bryce Young's fault. And I'm going to show you the one number that won me, not that I wasn't already won over, but the one, because I know ball, the one number that genuinely blew me away yesterday compared to other rookie quarterbacks in the National Football League. So we'll do that coming up here in a minute. I said yesterday on the show, too, a lot of pushback. That not only do I believe that the Clemson Tigers are the most improved team in college football from week 1 until now, but I believe that there is a number now that backs that up as well. Big numbers day on the show today. Big numbers day. Big dork data day. Hey, man. There's one thing on planet Earth that does not lie, and it's numbers. That's the one thing that doesn't. Music lies, emotions lie, your heart lies, your friends lie, your boss lies, your wife lies, your husband lies. Everything lies except numbers and Lonzo. Those are the only two things that don't lie.
Yeah, that numbers would be the only thing, because
fair enough.
We are all human. We fall daily.
So I got numbers for Bryce Young. I got numbers for the Clemson Tigers. We're going to talk about those things coming up later on in the show. There has been one, massive challenge against the advancement of technology in the world of sports. Well, this past weekend, stick with me. Don't hear this word and panic. Don't hear this word and run to the dial. Those of you that are new to the show, it's going to get a cursory glance at best once or twice a week maximum, and not even for full segments. But there's a story that came out in the world of soccer this weekend. There was a story that came out of the English Premier League this weekend involving VAR. The VAR is the instant replay of soccer.
Wow, you just had a glitch there or something. You robot, you.
That's what the ref does when they're going to VAR. He signals a big TV screen. That's the signal for replay.
All right.
So we're going to go to VAR. Well, I mean, we're not going to go to VAR because the game's over. The call's over. But there was a massive issue, and one team was like, no, if we're going to do it this way, we might as well not do it. And I think that team is justifiably upset, but that is not the correct response. It's an easily fixable issue, and I'm going to tell you what it is later on the show based on a bit of information, a bit of data that was released to us by the English Premier League earlier this week. So we're going to get into that later on in the radio broadcast at 7 o'clock. We got your water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 things you need to know before you go start talking sports with your friends, your family, your coworkers, your boss, your interns, whoever you gather around the water cooler with on your first break. We're going to wait. You have to know.
We could have interns?
I mean, we can't. Other people can.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So we got that coming up for you later on in the radio broadcast. And then it's Thursday, and you know what that means. Coming up in the second segment of our new last hour at 9:20 this morning, it's time for Fight Club! With the great one, Lonzo, he is going to run us around the worlds of MMA, boxing, professional wrestling, your home, your only home for combat sports in the upstate is Fight Club with Lonzo coming up at 9:20. All of that and more coming up during the 4 hours of the Rob Brown Show that starts now. Let's run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute from right now, I said yesterday on the show that I fully believe, and I mean this, that the Clemson Tigers are the most improved football team from week 1 until now in all of college football. And now I think there is a number that has been pointed out to me that I can successfully use to argue that point. And I will do my best when we come back here in just a minute from right now. The great Malonzo's on the ones and twos and sound effects. That's only him. He's doing it by himself today. I am Rob Brown. The pleasure is ours. We are back after this on the Rob Brown Show. We're back after this on the Fan Upstate.
Good morning.
You see.
All right, guys, quick live read, and then we're right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, boys and girls, we're back. Lon's over there's putting in the work.
Work. I hate hate the sound of my voice. It sucks. Even though it's award-winning, it sucks.
In the divisional round, all 4 MLB Wild Card Series ended in 2-game sweeps yesterday.
Ooh, I did the thing. I hate that. Rob's hat is a work in progress.
In the American League, the Rangers 7-1, and will move on to face number 1 seeded Baltimore. In the divisional round. In the divisional round. While the Twins finished off Toronto 2-0.
Brandon, Steven, James, Trey, Kev, Joe, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Good to have you. Thank you guys for coming by.
While the Twins finished
Lonzo not read well.
and we'll see the 2 seed Houston in the National League. While the Twins
I told you I struggled with this. Just this particular one. Everything else I think was fairly smooth.
Actually, we're going to have Dan Scott on the show tomorrow, Brandon, to jump into a little Furman ball. Spur Daddy, welcome in, buddy. Good to have you. Appreciate you coming by.
While the Twins finished off Toronto 2-0, and we'll see the 2 seed Houston in the National.
I probably should do this in another room because it's interrupting the interaction. You're supposed to wake up with roosters, Steven. Duh. Hey, what did he say?
I believe he said that this is the award-winning The Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate, and I think that we are.
It's an apt description about this fine program.
I mean, technically, it could be the awards-winning Rob Brown Show. I don't think that's grammatically correct. I do think that whatever we do is correct as awards winners. Rob and Lonzo with you on the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. Want to be a part of the show? Phone lines are open from start to finish. 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. You can text us on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the radio broadcast. Like, for instance, the texter says, Rob and Lonzo, I do not think the Phillies beat the Braves. I think the Braves win the series 3-1. Thoughts? Question mark? Well, we're going to talk baseball later on in the show, but I'm going to tell you right now that as a Braves fan, and Lonzo's going to get on to me for this.
Here we go. Here we go.
But I am going to tell you very simply that I am beyond apprehensive for the Atlanta Braves, because while the Bravos, without a doubt, the Atlanta Braves have the best offense in Major League Baseball. The concern that I have is that Philly's offense is the hottest offense in Major League Baseball, and I think that is very, very impressive. And I think the Phillies have better pitching right now. So I am putting the Bravos on upset alert.
Wow.
I am putting the Bravos on upset alert. I think the pitching for Philly is better, and I think right now their offense is mashing just as well as Atlanta's. I think Atlanta's lineup is deeper 1 through 9. But Bryson Stott last night was big. Kyle Schwarber has been a dude. Trey Turner is alive again. He finally became the guy that they thought they brought in from LA. I am terrified. I am terrified right now of the Philadelphia Phillies if I am the Atlanta Braves. Terrified of them at this point. All right, we'll talk baseball later on in the radio broadcast because I do think that there is a lot of it that we need to get into and talk about as all 4 wild card series, 2-game sweeps. All 4 of them. The Rays get swept by the Rangers at home in front of a crowd of literally dozens.
So did the higher seeds win in all of those?
The higher seeds did win in all of those, if I'm off the top of my head.
If that is true, and you were to look at it in a way that chalk is happening, then you shouldn't be worried about the Braves.
Yeah, but I am that. No, that is not true. The Rangers were the 5 seed over the 4 seed, and the Diamondbacks were the 6 seed over the 3 seed.
Okay, you should worry.
Yeah. No, I was worried whether you said that or not, pal. Whether you said it or not, I'm worried. I'll talk baseball later on in the radio broadcast as our divisional rounds are set.
Pal before. That's interesting.
That's my frustrated with sports terminology.
Or were you prepping for the fight that we're probably about to have?
Inevitably.
Yeah, maybe I'll just sit back.
Arizona moves on over Milwaukee. They'll take on LA in the divisional series. Philadelphia puts away Miami in 2. They'll take on the number 1 overall seeded Atlanta Braves. The Baltimore Orioles are the 1 seed in the American League. They will welcome the Texas Rangers in the ALCS. And the Minnesota Twins will take on the 2-seeded Houston Astros. We'll talk baseball later in the show. Let's get to this, though, because I do think that this is, ladies and gentlemen, mucho importante. I told you yesterday, and I mean it. I don't craft hot takes for the show. If I say something on the air, it is something that I A, believe, and 90% of the time B, can back up. Yesterday on the show, I said, and what was not an offhanded comment, I very much meant it, that I firmly, squarely, sincerely believe that the Clemson Tigers are the most improved college football team from week 1 until right now. I think that they are, not that this stat means anything to anyone else, but I do think that they are the best 3-2 team in America. All right? I think that as of right now, Clemson's win over Syracuse showed something.
They're the best 3-2 team in America. Sorry.
I think they are.
So I find that funny.
That's fine.
All right.
You're welcome to. I'm still going to back it up. I think that they are the best 3-2 team in America. I think that they have taken 2 very good losses, if losses can indeed be good, in the ball drop to Duke with Riley Leonard. Now, that's not going to look the same at the end because Riley Leonard has a high ankle sprain, meaning he's done for likely the season. If he can return, it will only be if Duke is bowl eligible and he decides to come back to play in that, but I doubt he will. And, of course, to the number 4 or 5, depending on where you looked at him at the time, 4-seeded Seminoles of Florida State, a game that went to overtime and a game that anybody who knows ball and watched knows Clemson should have won.
Listen. Hear me out, man. Hear me out. I know they lost, but they look good doing it. So, it's not when you see that L, there's a little asterisk, that little starry thing. And it says, but they look good doing it.
If what happens on the field doesn't matter to you, then no, you don't know ball. Because what happens?
Well, you've already told the entire upstate of South Carolina and anyone listening across the world that you're the only one who knows ball.
No, that's not true. If you agree with me, you know ball too. And there are people who agree with me. Clemson is currently unranked in the AP poll. They are currently unranked in the Coaches Bowl. And why wouldn't they be? They've got a pair of losses right now. So it's hard to rank that team.
But they're good losses. You just said, so
yes, they are.
They should count for something, right?
And I think that this team is likely, as the rankings go, probably closer to getting in than a lot of other teams are. as of this point right now. They have 5 AP votes, which means that outside of the top 25, the only teams that are closer to being ranked in the top 25 that are currently unranked are Maryland, who's undefeated, Kansas State, who has 1 good loss, Texas A&M, who has 1 good loss, UCLA, who has 1 good loss, Tulane, who has 1 good loss, Air Force, 1 good loss, Wisconsin, a good loss, West Virginia, a good loss, Clemson with 2. Everybody else is stacked up behind them.
I have a question because I I don't remember this. I'm sure I knew it at some point. Who votes in the AP poll?
AP writers,
So
those who cover the game.
So, there's like 5 writers who are the guys that are welcomed
No,
in
there's
Dabo's
like
room all the
hundreds
time.
plus.
No. You said they have 5 votes.
All right, listen.
Those 5 votes. Those are the first 5 in to the Dabo press conference. The first 5 out. Maybe a little dinner here and there. I mean, it's his guys, his girl, whatever. I mean, because who would vote them into the top 25? I don't get that.
I would, and here's why. Analytically, and yes, here I come with the nerd stuff. Because numbers don't lie. My favorite ranking is not the AP poll. My favorite
It's
ranking
the CFP, right?
is not the coaches poll.
It's the CFP.
My
That's the
favorite
one that
ranking
matters.
is not the CFP. My favorite ranking, because of the amount of data that it encapsulates before laying the teams out 1 through the bottom, is the SP plus number. The SP plus number is, to me, invaluable when it comes to breaking down rankings. In fact,
What is the SP plus number?
the SP plus number is a ranking that takes into consideration a bunch of individual accomplishments, or I guess that should say team accomplishments, in given situations throughout a team's season. And what it does, it's a predictor of the number of successes that a team has versus the number of successes that other teams in similar situations would have. It takes into consideration, for instance, to break down my favorite number, the number of predicted successful down and distance conversions that you have. Down 2. If you have first down and you pick up 5 yards or more, it is considered a successful first down. If you get 5 yards or less, it's unsuccessful. It takes a lot of these. It determines whether a team is, compared to the average of the S&P number, successful or not. And so you will end up with an SP plus number that is either positive or negative. A positive number indicates that in the position that you are in, you are overperforming what the average team would do in your scenario. So if you've got an SP plus number of, say, 17, that means you are scoring in your particular scenario 17 more points than the average college football team would perform if they were put into your scenario. So you want that number to be positive, and you want it to be as high as possible. It is an indicator of success in metrics in actual college football games. And that is why I love it. Because while a lot of us lean on the eye test, Rob, at the end of the day, your eyes can lie to you, right? Your eyes can lie to you. They can, and they do very frequently, as a matter of fact. That is why in the world of science, what I saw is irrelevant. What I saw is irrelevant. What can you prove to me mathematically? What can you prove to me with empirical data? The SP plus number utilizes empirical data in order to come up with the rating.
So math, like, wins and losses, because when there's more losses than there are wins, there's math on one side, there's math on the other side. That math doesn't lie.
No, I'm saying that if you see, this is why soccer doesn't take off in this part. Actually, soccer's taken off in this part of the country, great. But people look and they think that
You're going to say people like me. Go
yes,
ahead.
I am.
Go. I mean, go ahead.
Because you
that's
think
fine.
The only thing,
Because I speak for the people.
The only thing
people's champ over here
that allows you to determine whether a team is good or not is their record, right? Bill Parcells, the only thing, your record, you are what your record says you are. The only thing that matters is dubs and L's. But the reality is, the 90 minutes of football in between the opening kick and the final whistle and stoppage, a lot can happen. And very good teams lose all the time. All the time.
I know we didn't win the
Detroit
award,
a better team
boss,
than Kansas City.
but we're very good show. Sorry we didn't win the award, but the math shows that, that on this particular day we did really well on this particular
like
day.
I said,
we did
to folks
really
like
well.
Lonzo, the only thing that matters is a trophy. Nothing else matters. And I disagree with that. The only thing that matters is your record.
Am I a loser? Am I a winner? I don't know.
I mean,
know.
again,
as far as mentality goes,
that's not up to you. That is your subjective opinion, right? So the Tigers have 2 losses.
Speak with the voice of the people.
Again, you can claim that all you want. That also doesn't make it true. So according to the S&P numbers, that is a number that is designed to directly measure you with other teams around you. The S&P number right now is for, let's say, a team that beat Clemson. That, of course, is the Seminoles of Florida State. In the S&P right now, Florida State is ranked number 18 in America. That means that in terms of looking at the analytical results on the field, the empirical data, the results on the football field, the S&P number predicts that there are 17 teams in America that would be scoring more and outperforming Florida State.
Is Clemson one of those?
Clemson is one of them.
Well, that's kind of weird because they went head-to-head and Clemson didn't do that.
And again, this is not a measure of who would win head-to-head. It is a matter of who has outperformed in every situation start to finish. Clemson in the S&P Plus number is number 14 in the country right now. Florida State is number 18. Now, they played almost 2 full weeks ago. Been almost 2 weeks. And I think it is fair to say that 2 weeks is a very long time in season for a football team to get better or to get worse. Florida State, of course, had that tricky game against Boston College on Red Bandana Day almost 3 weeks ago. Clemson, of course, their other loss came to Duke back in week 1. Like I said, a Scooby-Doo mystery. There weren't many clues to figure out Riley Leonard at the point. But since then, their S&P numbers have flipped. And I'm not going to sit here and say that, the S&P number is better, therefore we should reverse the record. Not at all. Florida State won the game. They won it in overtime. It was a hell of a football game, and it is what it is. That is a result that Clemson will have to live with. But what I am saying is that what we watched, which, yes, is a win that Florida State is credited with, is a win that Florida State has used to help propel them into the top 5 in the AP poll. What I'm saying is what happens on the field matters too. And while at the end of the year, your ultimate destination is predicated based on your results, based on, frankly, your record, A, and then what the composition of that record is, B, which is why so many one-loss SEC teams over the years have gotten credibility over, say, one-loss Pac-12 teams or one-loss Big Ten teams. What makes up your record matters. What your record is matters. But to me, and maybe me alone, I don't know. But to me, like on Mondays, when we do the Robbie remix and I take the AP top 10 and I say I'm putting them in what I believe to be the correct top 10 order, I don't change them. I just take the AP top 10 and then spin them around in the order I think is correct. When I have 2 teams that I'm having a hard time separating, like I did this week with about 4 different spots in that top 10, one of the rankings I run to immediately is the SP Plus number, because the SP Plus number takes into consideration empirical data, metrics, numbers, performance in situations, and then it breaks it down to a number. And I can stack that number up against other teams. And while just because the number says this team is better than this team, that doesn't make it true by itself. I think what it can do is give you a pretty good indicator of where your team stands against the average. And the SP Plus number right now says that from week 3, Clemson, Florida State, Clemson's been a better football team. Now, Florida State didn't play last weekend. Florida State was off. They got Virginia Tech this weekend. That's a game Florida State is favored in by 25.5 points. If Florida State goes out and they cover that 25.5, they win by 27 or whatever, or they're right there on that number, then we might come in next week and this number flips right back on its head. But what I can say is that based on what we've seen in this SP number from the L till Duke through the L to Florida State in overtime, through a demolition job on Syracuse, the SP plus number tells me that I'm very comfortable with where Clemson is and the direction they're headed in right now. I'm not here to be a defender, protector, agitator, or advocate for anybody. It's not my job. I got no interest in doing it. But what I can say is if I look at this number and I compare them to a team that is not in a playoff spot right now because FSU is down at number 5, but I compare that to a team that was in a playoff spot that at the end of this weekend could be back in one because I think Oklahoma's got a pretty good shot of sniping Texas and knocking Texas out of their spot inside a playoff zone. I'm pretty comfortable saying that right now, if I was to look at every team from week 1 to week 5, Lonzo, I'll say this. There's a lot of teams better than Clemson. I'm not arguing they're a playoff team. I'm not arguing they should be, gifted a spot in the ACC title game. Not at all. I'm saying that if I look up and down the top 25, or I guess in this case, top 33, and you pick out a bunch of teams, I don't know that there is a team that is more improved over the first 5 weeks of this season than Clemson at this point. They are so much better today than they were in week 1. And I've got numbers for Cade Klubnik that show that. I've got numbers for the offense that show that. The defense can improve because it's a top 5, maybe top 8 defense overall. But I think that you would be hard-pressed, based on numbers, to find me a team that has gotten better, quickly than the Clemson Tigers from week 1 until right now. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find me one. I'm not saying they're the best. I'm saying they're the most improved.
I think you're convincing no one, but it's a compelling argument. But, I guess I'm just too dense to get what you're trying to say. And you're not going to stop me from looking at the record. And the eye test to me is more important. And Syracuse could have won that game if they weren't so nervous. And we'll see what happens when you see that Clemson team roll in. Man, we got this. We got this. Oh crap! I didn't mean to do that, but we got this. Oh man, why did I do that? We would have this if I hadn't done that. I mean, that's just when they face a better team, and they will. When they face Notre Dame, if they win, I will change my mind. I have picked Clemson to win every single year during their run when they were good. The thing that you're trying to sell me now, I ain't buying that. So that's a spam call that I ignore. That's what that is.
Could I not then, if you're giving Syracuse credit, could I not say the same thing about Clemson when Florida State came to Death Valley? Could I not go, Clemson is a couple of mistakes, because there was a scoop and score. That's a mistake from Clemson. Couple of simple mistakes from Clemson. Clemson was I literally said that about Clemson, and you went no, but then you said the same thing about Syracuse is justifiable.
Florida State took their next step that they needed to. While one team is on its way down, another team is on its way up. Florida State, clearly a better team than Clemson. Clemson is not improving the way you say they are. If they beat Notre Dame, I will change my mind. So that's I mean, it's a goal for players and coaches. If you're listening now, which you should, because we're in the mornings now where you can hear us, and if you want to impress me, beat Notre Dame, and then you'll change my mind.
I am looking for you guys to jump in here now. I'm looking for a Clemson fan to tell me I'm right. I'm looking for anybody else to tell me I'm wrong.
I want a Clemson fan to jump in and tell me, yeah, Rob is right. The team is getting better. And the fact that we have 2 losses and we're not going to win the ACC and we're not going to compete for a national championship, that's okay, because we're looking better. Okay.
I said it was okay. I said they're improved. That is literally the end of the sentence that I said.
There was a time when Clemson didn't have to improve because they were dominating and they were at the top every single year. They're not that anymore.
All right. Looking for your thoughts, looking for a reaction. Did what I have to say make any sense to you, or am I just spewing hot air, as the great one says I am?
I would have hit the snooze button.
Wow. Wow.
Come on.
844-326-3663 is the phone number to jump on and talk a little ball with us. 71307 is the MadWorldAttractions.com text line. Start that text with fam. We've got 5 or 6 that came in during the break. I'll read those and we'll react to them when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Thanks, James. Excellent analysis. I don't want a Coke. I want water. Is that weird? I feel like that's a weird thing to say for me.
No, that's a good thing, dude. I'm glad you're up, man. Hopefully you make it to work in time. I did this morning thing for like 14 years, and it's going to take me a while to adjust. I'm still not quite there. Might be a little more surly than usual. Maybe a little more mean to Rob. Not saying I'm sorry, though. I'll do that. Good morning, Luke. Good morning, Behind the Ropes.
Well, the Twins finished off Toronto 2-0, and we'll see the 2 seed Houston in the National League. The Diamondbacks.
I remember when I used to do things in one take. It's too early to do things in one take.
The Diamondbacks defeated the Browns.
The Browns. Yes.
The Diamondbacks defeated the Brewers 5-2 and move on to.
If I knew ball, I wouldn't struggle like this. No way I get this done in time.
The Diamondbacks defeated the Brewers 5-2 and move on to the LA Dodgers, while the Phillies outpaced the Marlins and will take on the number. While the Phillies. Dodgers, while the Phillies outpaced the Marlins and will take on the number 1. While the
Yeah, I just I should just say forget it. I'm not going to be able to do it
Dodgers, while the Phillies.
I'm just about out of time.
The Phillies outpaced the Marlins and will take on the number 1 overall seed Atlanta Braves.
Finally. Took me 37 and a half minutes. Let's see if that did that nearly took up the entire time. That's what I thought.
Sports Flash. All 4 MLB.
I don't know.
Face the Marlins and will take on the number 1 overall seed.
Do I actually have time for another
Behind the
story?
Ropes, Luke, Jacob, Jesse. Good morning, everybody. Glad to have you.
I am Lonzo with your look at the RBS Sports Flash.
Which might be ready next hour. I don't know.
I am Lonzo with your look at the RBS Sports. I am Lonzo with your look at the RBS Sports Flash. All 4 MLB wildcard series ended in 2-game sweeps yesterday. In the American League, the Rangers ran away.
Oh, I can tighten that up. Come on, dude. Who's listening at 6:50 anyway? I mean,
Seeded Baltimore.
As long as you get it right by the second one, that's what's important.
Oh, I'll be ready by the second one, but this should be better. It could be better. I will be better. If I was to improve the way Clemson has.
In the divisional round, while the Twins finished off Toronto 2-0. While the Twins finished off Toronto 2-0. While the Twins.
James, so who do you like better, WWE or AEW?
Why do you have to pick?
Yeah, I don't think that I have to pick.
Yeah, listen to the wrestlers. The wrestlers are telling you guys to stop picking sides. You want both of them to be good because it improves the product on both sides.
Now, I will say, I think both of them are different and likable for different reasons. I like AEW because it is a more adult, mature product, and
It's the opposite of that.
I feel like it's a little bit more in terms of just
Geared towards teenagers.
fighting. It's more legitimate.
Well, geared towards teenagers. Yeah.
Lonzo just answered for you.
Daddy's not here, so I'm going to talk like this.
Texter said, Rob, I told you on Monday I'm giving you 1 week's chance with your rant the past 2 days about Clemson and how great they have become. I am losing hope. Move on to other more coherent talk. Most improved. Who have they played? Syracuse, Charleston, Southern Florida Atlantic. They got their tails handed to them by Duke and FSU. Almost handed them their game. Lonzo is correct. You are convincing no one. All right. So, yes.
Thanks, Ray.
They played a... They played a Duke team.
You my boy, Ray. All that stuff I said, just forget about all that.
They played a Duke team that until they lost Riley Leonard and ran up against a very good Notre Dame team, was still undefeated. They played a Florida State team that is number 5 in the country. Yes, they played 2 very good football teams and lost those games. I will also point out to you, dear Texter, to pull the screen back a little bit on how this game works. We broadcast in a very heavy orange and purple area. We broadcast in a very heavy garnet and black area and a very silver and blue area. So you're going to get some Clemson, South Carolina, and Carolina Panthers talk. But it was a segment, my dude. You got to give some red meat here and there. Texter said, Rob, the Clem Sucks fan faith builder spammer, go Gamecocks, stay cocky. Well, we're going to talk about them later on in the radio broadcast as well, because I've got positive things to say about them as well.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see.
Texter says it's just most improved. It just means taking the most steps forward as a program. If Clemson plays Florida State in week 1, they get beat by 30. I don't necessarily know that is the case, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong. He said versus when they actually played going into overtime, that's improvement. Yes, I'm not saying they're the best. I'm saying they're improved, the most improved, in that they've still got stuff to play for at this point. Texture says, Rob, Clemson's SP plus number is moot because they choked against FSU. Clemson isn't that good, and neither is their QB. Hey, man, is what it is. Is what it is. Texture said, and by the way, yes, it was a choke job. I've said it was a job. I'm the one that said it was a choke job. I'm the one that said Clemson won that game everywhere except the one place that mattered in the scoreboard.
No, they didn't. They lost.
Everywhere.
It's not a choke job. You lost. The better team won that day. I mean,
so the Detroit Lions are better than the Chiefs.
That day they were. Absolutely. That day they absolutely were.
Okay.
Absolutely they were.
Texter says, great to be able to listen, fellas. Moving time slots was good. Thanks. We're glad to be here.
I don't know. I think we're fighting more, but I think it's because we're cranky. We're cranky.
Yeah.
But Rob wants to fight. I mean, he's bringing up stuff that, I mean, come on.
Sure do. Jesse says tails handed to them, self-inflicted wounds at Duke, and taking FSU to the brink wouldn't be characterized as getting our tails kicked. Yeah, I agree. Now I'll say this. Do I think self-inflicted wounds lost the FSU game? You're damn right I do.
You know, however you lose in the end, there's a W and there's an L. And that's how that works. At the end of the season, there can be only one, and it's not going to be Clemson.
If you would like to look at football through only the most simplistic lens, then you are 100% correct.
You're right. I am dumb, but that's fine.
What I said.
There's a lot of dumb people like me. Simple and dumb basically are the same thing. But it was a nice try, a nice word. I appreciate it.
Dexter said, you think this Justin Fields to Atlanta talk is real? I mean, does Atlanta want him to be better or not? No, I don't think it is. But if it is, I will laugh hysterically. Speaking of the NFL, we're going to talk about that. We'll talk about this wide receiver talk going on around Charlotte coming up later in the show. We'll talk about Atlanta and whether or not they need to find a new quarterback now. Yes, they do. But I'll tell you why. We got Fight Club coming up at 9:20. We got Rashad at 8:20. And the water cooler cheat sheet. 3 things you got to know before you go start talking sports with your coworkers next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
There's only a couple of things I'm willing to fight on. He's just bringing those things
I'm just
up.
talking about all
Yeah,
of them.
those are just the ones. Can't wait till we talk about the free vehicles.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's going to be a fun segment. You know what I'm going for. I got to go. I can do that.
All right, guys, give me 45 seconds. We'll try it. Let's try out a new away screen, shall we? Hang on.
All right, what the Sam Hill's going on? Thank you, Kevin. What's the world coming to when Kevin's giving me compliments? I mean, you know. He's going to sleep all day, Steven. That's what he's going to do.
Oh, Saturday is going to be
No,
wrecked.
talking about Friday.
Oh, Friday? Yes, 100%. I will be out of here immediately on Friday. Headed to the house, catching some Z's, getting all set up for a little Burns Rebels High School Friday night football.
I remember when I used to do the morning show over on WRD, and then I'd have to come in Friday night and do the Friday night wrap, which didn't start till 10 to 10:30. That was fun. That's the word I'm going to use.
How about this name? Phenomenal work.
You should have went with McPoo and not McGoo. I mean, that's
like
just my opinion.
No, that's why PP Poo Poo Magoo. I love this job because when I'm off the air, I talk sports.
Gable's in first break.
also am excited, random guy from Myrtle Beach country, rural farmland, middle of nowhere where jets crash.
Repping South Carolina. Yeah.
I love it. I love that guy. I do. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. Hour number 2 of 4 gets its start right now in our all-new time slot from 6 till 10 a.m. I am Rob. He is the great one, the arbiter of all things morale victory. He is Lonzo.
Spew!
We have got a lot to get to, ladies and gentlemen. Had some texters, had some callers, had some folks that have not loved the conversation so far, telling me just that. Have some folks that have.
Really, I don't recall hearing those.
Jesse, in the chat.
Okay.
Literally on the stream, which you
all
can
right.
also watch at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate,
I
the
read
FanUpstate on
that.
YouTube,
I didn't
and the
hear
Rob
it.
Brown Show on Twitch.
I read it. I didn't hear it because you hadn't talked about Jesse yet.
I did. I read his thing on air.
Did you?
Yeah.
Wow, I must have phased out because it
Lonzo,
was
that's
Clemson.
exactly what happened. Lonzo just took himself out of the game. Checked himself out like an unhappy James Harden. Did the great one. We have got a bunch of stuff to get to, and let's jump into it right now.
By the way, don't put my name in next to strip club. I don't want to,
The beard.
Yes.
Dude on After Hours with Amy Lawrence this morning was like, James Harden wants his next paycheck to come in ones.
Which
What
was
a great joke.
That was pretty good.
Great joke.
But you know what makes it a great joke? Because you can really see that happening.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Let's get to your water cooler cheat sheet. The 3 things you have to know before you go start talking sports around the office with your coworkers. When you take that first break coming up here in just a little while from now, these are 3 of the stories that you will need to know about because you will be talking about them. We start with water cooler cheat sheet item number 1.
Water cooler's a little loud.
It is.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
It is. Let's start, ladies and gentlemen. Let us begin with the University of Utah. The Utes, Yana. The Utes. The Utah Utes NIL Collective is known as the Crimson Collective. I believe that is also the case at Alabama, but we're not talking about them right now.
sounds like a video game villain from 1987.
There is a long-running joke at the University of Alabama about how coincidental it is that the Dodge Charger is so popular amongst Alabama Crimson Tide football players because for years, many of them have been driving Dodge Chargers. And the popular thought was that somebody, somewhere, was handing off keys to Dodge Chargers to players who went to Alabama.
I mean, come on, man. That doesn't happen.
I know.
No.
I know. Well, the University of Utah said, "We got you, dog," to the entire football program. Yesterday, about 85 brand new Dodge Ram 1500 Bighorn trucks rolled onto the football field. Why? Because the Crimson Collective, the NIL group supporting Utah athletics, is presenting one of those Dodge Ram 1500 Bighorn trucks to every single scholarship player on the Utah Utes roster right now. 85 scholarship members of the football team will all receive a temporary lease to a brand new Dodge Ram 1500 Bighorn truck with a retail price of $61,000.
Why do I hear the Price is Right theme in my head right
Bum,
now?
bum, ba-da, bum, bum, ba-da. Funded by collective donations, each truck will be leased to each player as part of individual 6-month contracts that are expected to either roll over or be terminated contingent on a player's eligibility and enrollment at the university. These players will maintain these leases until their eligibility expires or they elect to transfer. The collective will also cover the insurance for each truck.
Okay,
to be driven by
that
players.
that was the biggest question for me was the insurance. So
The collective's taking care of that.
wow, so drive as fast as you want. If you mess it up, we got you. That's just okay.
The Ken Garf Automotive Group
Garf.
One of the country's largest auto dealers is facilitating the deal with a host of Utah donors from the Crimson Collective. The Collective made the announcement Wednesday as part of a new partnership with the collegiate streaming application For the Win 360, whose branding is plastered on the vehicles in an advertising wrap. Matt Garf, board chair of the Crimson Collective and part owner of the Ken Garf Automotive Group, and Derek Matson, CEO of FTW 360, headed the project, which has been described as a, quote, massive undertaking, end quote. Over the next months, nearly 100 trucks will be completed at a Detroit Dodge plant and transported on trailers, 5 to 6 trucks at a time, for the 1,600-mile journey to Salt Lake City.
Hold on. So they're getting them fresh off the
off the factory line, not a mile on them. The Crimson Collective says it has 3 missions, and the trucks satisfy one of those. The collective says that its intent is to, quote, provide education, housing, and transportation to Utah athletes through NIL endeavors with local charities, end quote.
Hey, buddy. You a Ute fan? Are you? I mean, I guess you're a Ute fan. Did you know that this truck right here, this beauty right here, previously driven by the center for the Utah Utes, started 5 years playing in the NFL right now? You can, right? I got a deal for you.
Can't tell them that.
I got a deal for you.
Can't tell them that.
No. What, you can't, once they give the truck back and they're selling the truck, you can't tell them that the Utah player used to drive it?
They're not selling the truck. Oh, you mean like
this is after
the truck later?
Yeah,
they can do that because
that's after. So that's a selling point, isn't it?
Hey, this was Cam Rising's truck.
See, I'm not saying that's bad business as far as that goes.
I thought you meant them going to recruits and going, hey, if you come here, you get a truck.
Yeah. Because you know why they don't have to. You know why? Because you're doing that right now. I mean, why would you have to do that?
Wonderful decision by the University of Utah.
It's cheap advertising for sure because it's free.
Take what you can get, give nothing back.
But it's a win-win if there are Utah fans in the area, which you got to assume there are, where these trucks will be released or sold afterwards, because every one of those trucks could have been driven by Cam Rising, according to that salesperson afterwards.
Without a doubt. I think that there is any NIL deal is going to come with the fact that it should be, theoretically, a mutually beneficial arrangement between player and business entity.
Does Utah not have their own vehicles out there? Some electric
I'm sure the
vehicle
coaches and
or
all them
something?
get all of them.
No, I mean produced vehicles in the area.
I'm sure they do.
Or do they just have like skis and stuff?
But if you go give each player a used vehicle instead of a $61,000 brand new 2023 Dodge Ram 1500 Bighorn top of the line.
What if you don't like trucks? Can they take care of you if you don't like trucks?
Don't take it, I guess.
I mean,
who's going to listen? You might not like a pickup truck, but if somebody tosses you the keys to a $61,000 luxury rig and says, all I need you to do is play football, not even play, I just need you to be on the team. It's all 85.
How do those trucks handle the icy roads of Utah? That's what I don't
know. I can say I've been in Colorado during the winter. I've driven in Colorado during the winter. Yes, I want a 4-wheel drive, big-ass pickup truck.
Utah. We're not talking about Colorado.
I understand. I'm saying in the wintertime, Utah's cold.
My daughter lived in Utah for a while. That's why I'm asking, can those trucks handle the icy roads? Maybe they should have picked a different vehicle, something that's a little more all-terrain or something.
That's as all-terrain as it gets. Those are nice damn trucks.
Okay, all right.
Those are nice damn trucks. Item number 2 on your water cooler cheat sheet. There was a lot of moves yesterday. So, was that a new one? Or just continuation of the old one?
It's
okay.
It's complicated.
Yesterday, there was a lot of news that hit regarding potential changes to NCAA rules regarding NIL, regarding the transfer portal, regarding the behavior of college football programs. The NCAA Division I Council approved changes to a number of facets of the game, including the transfer portal. Now, this was discussed earlier in the week as a possibility, but now it is in play. The NCAA Division I Council approved changes to the transfer portal windows that will shrink the number of days for student athletes to enter their name in the portal. The rule change will impact all sports And all players across all sports will now have total 45 days throughout the year to enter their names into that portal. Each sport will have 45 total days, but it will be divided differently by sport. For example, before this rule change, the window for football would open the day after the college football playoff teams are announced, December 4th in 2022, and it would stay open for 45 days. The next period would have opened April 15th to April 30th. That will remain the same with the new changes. Under the new rule, there will be a 30-day window after the season and a remaining 15 days in the spring. So basically, there are 2 weeks and a day less time available for players to decide to pop their name into the transfer portal at this point. In FBS and FCS football, the new 30-day window will begin the Monday after FBS Conference Championship games. Any student athletes competing in the college football playoff will also be given an additional 5-day transfer window in January, while the second window will occur during the second half of April. For men's and women's basketball, the 45-day window opens the Monday after Selection Sunday. The Division I Council had proposed changes to the portal in January that would have seen a reduction from 60 total days down to 30. But they voted this week to instead shrink the window to 45 days. This does not impact when a student athlete can transfer, only when they can enter their name into the transfer portal without penalty. Graduate transfers will now have a notification of transfer deadline of May 1st for fall and winter sports and July 1st for spring sports for all grad transfers transferring for the first time. But that was not all that happened in the NCAA yesterday. NCAA President Charlie Baker has now begun petitioning states, all 50 of them, to take steps to better protect student athletes from harassment and coercion from gamblers and to combat threats to the integrity of the games that he says are viewed now as widespread. Of course, over the last couple of years, we have seen a massive rise in popularity in gambling, not just overall, but specifically in collegiate sports as well. The NCAA announced yesterday that it will begin advocating for state laws to include increased penalties for bettors who harass student athletes, mandatory reporting hotlines for gambling-related threats, a uniform minimum betting age of 21, and funding for the education of college students about the risk of betting. The NCAA is also asking for input on what types of wagers are allowed at sportsbooks, citing prop bets on individual player performances as, quote, especially vulnerable to integrity issues, end quote. Baker said in a press release yesterday announcing the advocacy campaign, quote, the NCAA is making changes to help student athletes make smart choices when it comes to sports betting, but given the explosive growth of this new industry, we are eager to partner with lawmakers, regulators, and industry leaders to protect student athletes from harassment and threats, end quote. Of course, players are not the only ones that this could impact. Remember, back in May, Alabama fired its head baseball coach because he was linked to suspicious betting activity on a Crimson Tide game against LSU. Days later, authorities accused dozens of student athletes at Iowa and Iowa State of betting violations. As of right now, 35 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico have launched betting markets since 2018 when the U.S. Supreme Court struck down a federal statute that had restricted sports gambling to primarily Nevada. Florida, Maine, and Vermont have also passed sports betting bills and are rapidly moving towards full legalization in those states as well. The NCAA did disclose back in July that there have been 175 sports betting violations by athletic department administrators, coaches, and student athletes since the 2018 ruling from the Supreme Court. The violations range from small wagers of $5 to $10 to players betting on their own schools or providing inside information to gamblers. That came out of a letter from Baker to U.S. Congresswoman Dina Titus on July 12th. The release ended by saying, quote, some states have great policies on the books to protect student athletes from harassment and coercion and to protect the integrity of the games. But as more states pass or amend laws, more needs to be done, end quote. So some big sweeping changes coming down the pipe from the D1 Council and from the NCAA. There is also some very interesting news coming up, and I am going to I have got to do some more looking into this. But there was a rumor that started floating around yesterday that the NCAA Division I Council may crack down on photo shoots of recruits when they come to campus for visits.
You mean like that thing that you did where you like had chains
that's the
and
thing.
stuff? That thing?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, because trucks, okay with trucks, but can't
Photo
be,
shoots over the line.
can't be taking
Over the line.
pictures. Yeah, I mean
Over the line.
you know.
Unbelievable. So we'll talk more about that once I get a little bit more information. And finally, water cooler cheat sheet item number 3. Your MLB wild card series was not that wild at all. As a matter of fact, as yesterday, all 4 3-game series came to their conclusions with 2-0 sweeps. In the American League, the Rangers knocked off the Rays 7-1 in that one. I mean, it was just an offensive explosion from the Rangers, and that checks out because the Rangers, for about 70% of the season, were the most productive offense in Major League Baseball. They showed it again yesterday, including Semien, who had a double, Seager, who had a pair of doubles, Jung had 2 doubles. He also had a triple in that one. Nathan Eovaldi, 6.2 innings pitched, surrendered 6 hits, 1 earned run, and 8 strikeouts. The Rangers will move on into the second round, where they will take on the Baltimore Orioles. The Minnesota Twins are moving on as well, as they dump the Toronto Blue Jays, my most disappointing team in Major League Baseball this year. They get knocked off 2-0 in that one. Sonny Gray credited with the win. He gave up 5 hits and no earned runs through 5 innings of pitching. Did have 6 Ks in that one. The Twins would end up using 5 relievers through the rest of the ride. Carlos Correa had an RBI that proved to be the big winner for the Twins. They will move on to take on Houston in the National League. The Diamondbacks are moving on to take on the LA Dodgers after they swept the Milwaukee Brewers. Yesterday's score 5-2 was your final in that one. Zach Gallen, who has been spectacular this year, 6 innings pitched, surrendered 5 hits, 4 strikeouts in that one. You had a home run off of Thomas in the 5th inning off of Peralta, a 1-run shot, and then it was just all Diamondbacks the rest of the ride throughout the night. And then the Atlanta Braves now know their second round, their NLDS opponent, as the Philadelphia Phillies just squashed the Miami Marlins, both in this series that they swept 2-0 and in last night's game, a 7-1 victory by Philly over the Miami Marlins. Aaron Nola was spectacular last night. 3 hits surrendered through 7 scoreless innings, 3 Ks, and just 1 walk in that one. Aaron Nola has been beyond impressive for the Philadelphia Phillies in the playoffs, in the wild card and divisional round. He has fallen apart in the NLCS and in the World Series over the last couple of years with an ERA over 9, but in his wild card round, Aaron Nola has been spectacular, and he was again last night. JT Realmuto had a 4th inning dinger, and then Bryson Stott a 6th inning grand slam, and that was the major difference, as Miami, who snuck into the playoffs out of the NL East, gets sent packing immediately by the Phillies. So Phillies Bravos in the NLDS, which gets its start tomorrow. Don't forget to listen to the Bet for the Cycle radio program presented by BetMGM on the BetQL network every Saturday from noon to 4 with myself and Cody Decker, former MLB player. We'll be running through the entire playoffs all the way up through the World Series this year on the BetQL network. Let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute from right now, we're going to talk Carolina Panthers again here for just a minute. Why? Because I found something that I found very interesting. I think it is, yet again, another metric by which I can back my argument that, yeah, Carolina's got a big problem. They got a big problem offensively, but that problem is not Bryce Young. And I got that number for you when we come back. And if you're not watching the stream, do it. on Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter, as well as YouTube by searching The Fan Upstate of The Rob Brown Show, because I even have, listen to this, a graph to share with you. I have a graph to show you. A graph, ladies and gentlemen. How much more compelling can radio be than when the host brings a visual aid? Check it out on the stream at facebook.com/The Fan Upstate. The same on YouTube and Twitter, and The Rob Brown Show on Twitch. We're back after this on The Rob Brown Show and The Fan Upstate.
Cables.
All right, guys, another live read. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
So the tag team I always wanted to do if I ever was going to be in wrestling, but remember, I'm a little bit older, so it would have been back in the 80s. I always wanted to be a part of the tag team, Armageddon and Rapture. And of course I would be Rapture. It's probably the opposite of what you thought, but yeah, because, you know, I would come out in all white, make sure my hair was completely blonde. Back in the day when I was actually in shape, it would have been amazing. And Rob could pull off Armageddon. He just have to wear a mask. That's all.
No, dude, I do some dope face makeup.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Rapture probably would be somewhere between Gold Dust and Hey Ladies.
Hello, ladies.
No, apologize for that. I was trying to do something earlier, and there's no way that I can do that. But yeah, when he does a live read, we have to take it off. I should have brought it back quicker. And, we're adjusting here. Usually, if we're off screen together, we both went to the restroom. That's really what it comes down to.
Skrilla texted, the water cooler sounder sounds more and more like a big bong rip. Oh, sorry. I mean water pipe.
If you say so.
It kind of does, actually, now that you say that.
Okay, Steven. Stop beating me over the head with the yardstick. We're gonna improve. That's a good question, James. What would the fit? But it's a tag team, so it would have to be a tag team finisher name. Let's go with Kingdom Come. We'll do that. That would be our finisher, because if we're Armageddon and Rapture,
Ooh, I like that.
Kingdom Come would have to be our finisher.
Shout out.
Good morning.
You done threw me off, Lonzo.
Good morning.
Shout out to Scotty from BMW who texted the show.
What's up, Scotty?
Scotty said, Robin Zoe, congrats on the new time slot. I love your show. Thank you, Scotty. Much appreciated, my dude. Thanks for checking in, big fella. Spur Daddy said, Clemson's numbers do lie when their best win is Syracuse. Oh, that's absolutely their best win. Yeah, Garrett Schrader's no joke. That's a good team. Texture said, bro, am I crazy or just under a rock? I thought it was the Florida Marlins. Now it's the Miami Marlins, or was it always Miami? No, you are not losing your mind, dear Texter. The Florida Marlins were in play from their inception until the end of the 2011 season. They moved into Marlins Park in Miami, or just outside of it, in 2012, and they changed their name that season to the Miami Marlins, and they have been Miami since then. So just a tick over a decade have they been the Miami Marlins, but yes, they did used to indeed be the Florida Marlins. All right. I want to get to something here that is, you don't need it per se, but there is a visual aid attached to what I'm about to bring to you, ladies and gentlemen.
And where can they see that visual aid, Rob?
Well, they certainly can see it by going onto the stream at facebook.com/thefanupstate. You can see it at twitter.com/thefanupstate. You can see it on YouTube by searching and subscribing to the Fan Upstate, or you can see it on Twitch by going to the Rob Brown Show. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is a fun little chart that was put together by Judah Fortgang. Judah Fortgang.
Judah.
He used data from Pro Football Focus, which is a conglomerate of folks who put together basically any number that you're looking for, any number that you might need, any number that you might want to talk football statistically. And you guys know that is a massive dork. I do love the numbers behind the game. And this one to me is very impressive. Yeah, no, I own it. I don't care.
Yeah, I can't read it. I mean, even with the glasses on, so my screen's really small. Sure,
I'm here to help.
I'm sure you will paint a picture with your words.
I certainly will. It's literally my job. So let's do just that. If you got this on the big TV at the house, you can see these numbers. Lonzo and I are on a single computer monitor, and it's tough. But I'll get it for you.
You were impressed by what I just did. I know
that was a good save. So this chart, as all charts do, has two axes. The axis across the bottom.
Wouldn't that be axes?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know. Where's Chris? Is he here yet?
We're just two giant axes. So the axis across the bottom is the percent of throws to open windows. What that means is the amount of what is considered an open window to a receiver. This is a receiver who has got space to catch the ball without a defender able to immediately impact the reception, right? This is the number of throws to a receiver who is not locked down by a defensive back or linebacker. The axis moving up and down on the left side of our little graph here. And if you're not looking at the stream yet, that's all right. I'm going to describe what you're looking at or what in your mind's eye here in a minute. What is on these two axes, whatever. On the left side going vertically is the percent of accurate throws to open windows. That is, when a receiver is open, the number of throws that are considered accurate throws. These are within arm's length of a receiver who does not have to change his pattern of movement. I have circled on this graph 9 different quarterbacks that I want to talk about. I will start with the 2 red circles in the bottom left quadrant of this graph. Now, the further left that you are on the graph, the further to the left on the axis is the percentage of throws to wide receivers who are not open. The percentage of throws to guys who effectively have not created separation, or the play call was set up in a way where the quarterback either threw it to a guy that had no separation or that was the best throw. Now, there is wiggle room here to say that this can be based on a quarterback's decision-making and execution. He might miss a bunch of guys that are in open windows and be trying to force the ball into windows that are not open. And that can be the case with a lot of guys. But these are NFL quarterbacks. Most of them aren't that bad. Bottom left quadrant also means that when they do have an open window, they're not throwing an accurate football within it. This is bad. The 2 quarterbacks in the bottom left quadrant, these are guys that do not have a lot of open windows, and when they do have open windows, are not throwing accurate footballs into them. You'll see at the very bottom, the lowest circle on the graph, if you're on the stream looking at it, is C.J. Stroud, the rookie quarterback for the Houston Texans. He is only seeing open windows about 46% of the times that he throws a ball. That means of every ball he throws, less than 1 in 2 of them are to wide receivers that are in open windows. Now, there are primarily 2 reasons that this number would be low. Reason number 1 is the quarterback is missing the open windows and throwing into tight windows. Number 2 is there aren't open windows. And every one of the quarterbacks on this chart, it's one of those 2 things. The average percentage of open window throws is about 49%. About 49% of the times in the NFL, when a quarterback throws a ball, he is throwing to an open window. C.J. Stroud is also near the bottom of the chart, which means that when he is throwing into open windows, only about 10 to 15% of those throws are considered accurate throws. Got a text that said, just wanted to point out the bulk of your audience is radio and you are usually a visual component. Well, A, that's why I invite you to the stream. But also, I'm going to describe it, all right? You don't need to see it to get what I'm going at, I don't think. C.J. Stroud is thrown to open windows significantly less than most quarterbacks in the league. And when he is doing so, he is inaccurate with those passes. C.J. Stroud is still winning. Why? Because as I've said, C.J. Stroud is a big, tough, physical, quick dude. C.J. Stroud is making do with his legs. That's where he makes up the gap. To his left, a guy that is seeing fewer open windows to throw into, but is more accurate, though not wildly accurate, is Derek Carr. Derek Carr is throwing into open windows about 27% of the time. 1 in 4-ish passes is Derek Carr throwing to an open receiver. Now, again, that could mean there's no receivers open. That could mean that when there are receivers open, Derek Carr's missing and throwing to tougher guys. As a Saints fan, I'll tell you it's the former. The Saints aren't getting guys open. The only guy who seems to be getting open, the 1 in 4, is Chris Olave at this point. If it was not for Chris Olave, the Saints would be, they are trash, but would be trasher. Then I want you to look all the way over to the right side. Over on the far right, farthest circle to the right, Justin Fields. Justin Fields is throwing to open windows almost 65% of the time. Texture says, where is Bryce Young's? Oh, don't worry. I'm coming to that. Justin Fields, who is considered a failure, at least for right now in the NFL, is throwing to open windows more than any other quarterback in the NFL right now. That means that he's got a good coaching staff opening up the playbook, and he's got receivers who are creating separation. Though this whole Claypool story is getting weird, Justin Fields is throwing to open windows more than anybody else. But of every quarterback who is seeing open windows on more than 55% of their throws, he has the lowest accuracy rate. He is hitting open windows at a 58 to 59% clip. That means just over 1 out of every 2 throws to open receivers, Justin Fields is making. That means just a tick under 1 out of every 2 throws to open wide receivers, Justin Fields is missing. That's a massive problem. The further to the right you go, the higher up I expect your number to be. The more open windows that you have, the more accurate that number should be. Then I want you to look all the way to the top right corner. See that circle up in the top right corner by itself? That's Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins is seeing open windows about 63% of the time that he throws the football, and he is accurately delivering that football almost 80% of the time. The higher right and up your quarterback number is on this graph, the better off you are. Kirk Cousins seeing open windows almost 63% of the times he throws the ball, and he is completing at about a 77, 78% accuracy throw rate. That is spectacular. To put that in comparison, let's look at Patrick Mahomes. If you look in the middle towards the top of this graph, again, you don't need to be looking at it, but I'll describe it to you. It's easier if you are on our stream. In the middle towards the top are 2 more circles, very close to each other. Those 2 circles are Patrick Mahomes and Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is above average in his percentage of throws to open windows. Trevor Lawrence, TL16 has open windows at about 52% of his throws. So about 1 every 2 throws Trevor Lawrence is making goes to a receiver who is considered open. That's pretty good. He is also completing those throws, or at least delivering an accurate football 75% of the time. 1 out of every 2 throws to an open receiver, and 75% of those throws are accurate. Right to his left is Patrick Mahomes. Arguably the best quarterback in football. Although it's been a very rocky, slow start for the Chiefs, he's still Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes is sitting right on that 50% line when it comes to throws to open windows. That means that exactly half of the throws Patrick Mahomes is making, he is throwing the ball accurately. Half of the throws that he's making are to open receivers, and 78% of those throws are accurate footballs. That's a pretty good number as the accuracy goes for a guy that's only throwing to open targets half of the time, right? That's a good number. Then if you're looking at the graph, if you're looking at the stream, I want you to look to the left-hand side all the way at the top. You see that red circle way up in the top left corner all by himself? That's Bryce Young. So what does this chart say about BY? It says this. It says Bryce Young has fewer throws to open windows than anybody else in the National Football League. The closest to him is Derek Carr. Now, what's incredible about this? Because there are 3 other quarterbacks that are kind of in that realm. Throwing to open windows less than 40% of the time. Bryce Young sitting at about a 38%, 39% open window rate. That means that well less than 1 out of every 2 throws, Bryce Young is throwing to an open window. Now, let's also consider this. What does an open window mean? It means a receiver that doesn't have a defensive back that is immediately impacting the reception. That can mean screens. You're throwing to a running back who slipped out of the backfield, and he's behind 3 offensive line. Nobody's around him. That's still an open window. And I would argue Bryce Young's got more of those than anybody else in the league right now. Also on the bottom end of that left to right axis are Daniel Jones, Brock Purdy, and Ryan Tannehill, as well as Derek Carr. Now, Derek Carr is the closest to Bryce Young. They are both sitting around a 39% open window rate. That means 4 out of 10 throws are to open guys. That's not good. But look at the accuracy numbers. Derek Carr is throwing at about a 52% accuracy rate to open receivers. Bryce Young, an 81% accuracy rate to open windows. He's getting very few of them. But when guys are able to get open, Bryce Young is throwing to completion or at least throwing accurate footballs at a rate of 80+%. That is more accurate to tight windows than any other quarterback in the National Football League. It is more accurate than Mahomes, than Herbert, than Lawrence, than Goff, than Cousins. It is more accurate than Hurts, than Tagovailoa, than Stafford, than Wilson. There are 31 starting quarterbacks listed on this chart, and he is the most accurate to an open window out of all of them, but he is getting fewer open windows to throw into than any NFL quarterback with the exception of Derek Carr. Now, you can chalk this up to maybe he's missing open windows. I have watched the Carolina Panthers in person. I have watched not every game. I have watched every game a minimum of twice, including, by the way, you know what I decided to do last week because I was tired of it? Rob Brown renewed his NFL Plus subscription. You know why? Because on the NFL Plus app, this is not an endorsement. I'm not getting paid for this. They should, but I'm not. If you go to NFL Plus, they just adopted something, Lonzo, that I think is spectacular. You can watch replays of games with an all-22 cam. They will show you all 22 players from snap to final whistle. You can watch the entire field. That, to me, is the most important way to watch football. Because when they zoom in on just the quarterback sitting in the pocket, getting ready to throw the ball, and you got no idea what's going on with the wide receivers, guys might be open, guys might not. Bryce might be missing windows, he might not. So I, like a clown, gave the NFL more money. Screw you, Roger Goodell. But I did it anyway, so I could watch the all-22 cam. The only guy on this team in last week's game against Minnesota, the only guy on this team that I am able to say got himself separation to consider what I would consider an open window more than 5 times in that game was Adam Thielen. The only guy who created separation for an open window for Bryce Young was Adam Thielen. Bryce Young gets fewer open receivers than any quarterback in the NFL, with the exception of Derek Carr. But in open windows, he is more accurate with the football than any other quarterback in the National Football League, period, point blank. Mahomes, Cousins, Goff, Herbert, Pickett are the 5 closest, and Lawrence are the 6 closest. And he has outpaced all of them. All of them. This is not a Bryce Young problem. This is a problem with the playbook. This is a problem with the receiving personnel. If they can't get open and the playbook doesn't scheme them open, Bryce Young, who is by this ramification, by this metric, and maybe this metric alone, but by this metric, Tyreek's wrong. Bryce Young is the most accurate quarterback in the NFL by this metric. But if you can't scheme guys open, and if you can't have personnel get guys open, it doesn't matter if Bryce Young can throw an 80% accurate football, you can't win. If you didn't get a chance to see the chart, I'll put it up on Twitter here in just a minute. Texter said, where is Josh Allen on that list? Josh Allen has an open window rate of 46% and an accuracy rate of 59%. Bryce Young is almost twice as accurate as Josh Allen to open windows, and he is getting about 50% fewer opportunities, actually less than that, about 25% the accurate window, the open windows to throw into. Do you see how this is a problem? Do you see how if you move Bryce Young's number from left to right on the chart, he would be in a mix with Mahomes, Lawrence, and Goff, not Stroud, Dobbs, and Carr? That's big, my dudes. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in a minute. I'll put that chart up on my Twitter at The Rob Brown Show. If you want to follow along, it's The Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. bang. Like science class, boys. Like statistics class. All right, let's try one more away screen I built. Tell me how you like this one. Let's go with let's go. All right, y'all. Welcome back. Good to have you. I got to get over to Spartanburg and walk around, take some video with a Berg to put up in the away screen too, man. Need to give Spartanburg more love. Those of y'all on the stream, man, got a little spike going. Welcome in. Glad to have you. For your noobs, I am Rob Brown. That guy walking behind me, soon to join in on the other camera. That's the great one, Lonzo. Got a good little spike going on the viewership here. I like it. Let's see what we got going on in the chat over here. My head hurts now. Thank you, Rob. You're welcome, man. PP Poo Poo Magoo says you should do the classic customer service hold music. I really should. We should make an annoying hold screen. Little light jazz in the background.
Yeah, someone complained about the other music and you spent all day doing it. Yeah, so yeah, it's probably not a good move.
I really did. I gotta get my jack-o'-lantern carved. It's almost time. Braves Phillies. Who do we like? I tell you, like, as a Braves fan, I really want the Braves, but I'm terrified of the Phillies right now. Terrified of the Phillies right now.
Are you having that for breakfast, Steven? I mean, I guess, it's kind of like sausage, I suppose. I don't know.
Pulled pork egg rolls. That actually sounds incredible, dude. I am quite jealous of that. TBH.
Leftovers. Okay. Yeah, but are you air frying them or are you throwing them in the microwave? Wonder which would make the smell permeate throughout the house more, the microwave or the air fryer?
The Rob Brown Show carries on, my friends. It is the fan upstate. Robin Lonzo with it. It is a beautiful Thursday morning here in upstate South Carolina. Coming up in the next hour of the show, At 8:20, Rashad Beard will join us from the Panther Nation podcast. I'll bring this chart up to him and see how he feels about it. And we'll have Rashad be the marital mediator between Lonzo and I, because we have butted head on the Cats a couple of times so far this week.
No, I'm done. I'm done. There's no fixing whatever's ailing you. So I mean, I've given up.
What do you mean, whatever? I feel great.
Okay.
I feel wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what Rashad has to say about all this coming up in the next hour. Then an hour after that at 9:20, it's time for Fight Club. And the bad news for Lonzo, probably a tough week to have to put Fight Club together. Not a lot going on in the world of pro wrestling this week. It's been kind of a slow news week.
It's been difficult, but we grind. That's what we do.
That is what we do. So I'll have all that coming up for you. Texter says, Rob, I was at the Panthers game on Sunday. It is clear that Bryce Young is still trying to figure out the speed of the NFL and that the coaching staff does not trust him with the football yet. No throws down the field.
Yeah, but those windows, man, he does really well with windows.
Yes, that's good news.
Yeah, on an 0-4
news.
team. Yes, good job.
Texter said, where's Shane Falco?
Exactly. Bring in Falco.
Texter said, I have seen a lot of receivers drop Bryce Young passes right in the hands. That's from Dan the Superfan Man. Dan the Superfan Man is 100% correct. I don't have the numbers. I'm going to go find them now. But I absolutely believe Bryce Young's got to be in the top 10 quarterbacks of drop passes by wide receivers. I can't imagine the Panthers aren't towards the top of the list as far as drop passes. Lonzo texts the show. He said, are you sure Bryce Young is tall enough to see out of the open windows? Good text, Lonzo.
You can peer up and see the sky if you look through the windows from down there. I had nothing to do with that.
Texter said, I looked all the way over to my right, and I only saw Gary on the forklift. Texter, if you are hanging out in a place where people are driving heavy machinery around, I would suggest that you pop in the pods and listen. Don't try to watch the show.
Hey, when you're good, you're good. And but watch out for Gary, man.
Shout out to Gary, though.
No, Gary's reckless.
Oh,
you got to keep an eye on Gary. He hits those corners without hitting that horn, and you might get impaled.
Man, forklift operators, no joke.
I used to have my forklift license, so I know how that goes.
I believe that entirely.
Yeah, it was the stand-up forklifts. Those are a lot more fun. Get more speed out of those.
Texas said, do you think Justin Fields gets traded to Atlanta? I'm going to tell you this. If Atlanta makes a trade for Justin Fields, I may fall out of whatever chair I am currently sitting in laughing. If I am already standing, I may sit in a chair so that I can then fall out of it laughing.
I'm sure the windows that Justin Fields will have to throw in will be much better when he gets to Atlanta, and that's important.
He has more open windows than anybody in the NFL right now. That's why it's so bad. If Bryce Young had the number of open windows that Justin Fields has right now, he'd be in the Pro Bowl this year.
Hey, baby, let me explain football to you. Do you understand why they're struggling? No open windows.
Is it easier to throw to a receiver who's open or not open? I feel like even if you don't know ball, you know the answer to that.
Well, none of us know ball but you. So, I mean,
I didn't say that. Like I said, there are people who agree with me who know ball. Texter said, where was Desmond Ridder? That's a great question. I actually didn't look because I didn't care that much. But just for you, Texter, I'll go back and look.
Desmond Ridder has more wins than Bryce Young does.
Desmond Ridder is currently sitting at an open window rate of 46%, which is higher than Jimmy Garoppolo, but lower than Jordan Love. And he is throwing at an accuracy rate right at league average of about 66% accuracy to open windows, which is higher than Jimmy Garoppolo and Deshaun Watson, but lower than Russ Wilson, Matt Stafford, and Ryan Tannehill. So take that as you wish. Numbers, baby. Numbers. Texter said, Rob, it was a joke. Yes, I know that you're not currently, at least I hope you're not currently under threat from Gary the forklift driver. But as Lonzo said, Gary can get a little reckless. Texas said, Rob, Desmond Ridder is the biggest joke of the NFL. It's not Bryce Young. I couldn't agree with you more. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. Third hour of the show, because numbers are hard for me, is up next on the Rob Brown Show. Rob and Lonzo and you. It is the Fan Upstate. 4:30 itis. Let's see. Somebody asked about Lamar's stats. Lamar, where is old Lamar? Texture said I would rather have the mustache Minshew in New England over noodle arm Mac Jones. Does anybody want Mac Jones over Gardner Minshew right now?
I seriously doubt that. I'd rather have Drew Lock.
Drew Lock played his butt off.
He looked accurate, man. He did. Get him out of Denver, and all of a sudden he could play.
I blame Nathaniel Hackett.
If Drew Lock was still in Denver, would he be the starting quarterback right now? I'm serious. I'm not joking about that. You got velocity, you've got accuracy, probably not the entourage and attitude. I don't know if you saw Marshawn Lynch didn't even have his phone number. You haven't seen that?
No.
Yes.
Really?
Marshawn Lynch was on with Shannon, pretty much dogging his ex-quarterback and said the best quarterback he ever played with was Aaron Rodgers, which is probably true, whether someone had his phone number or not. The video's all over the X, by the way. I'm sure he's also partaking of something, it looks like. And
I feel like Marshawn's just permanently high now.
Yeah, it's
his brain was like, you know what? Let's just stay high. We don't like let's not waste time anymore. Let's just stay stoned. Somebody just proposed a match that I think I want to see. Bianca versus Jade.
Yeah.
That could be great, dude.
Yeah, but that could hurt Bianca. I mean,
yeah, because you got to put Jade over in her first.
And Bianca has notably been the strongest.
Yeah.
I mean, at least looked. Was she?
Yeah.
Is she no longer the EST? I'm a little bit interested in the Thursday night football because I haven't seen Justin Fields play yet, and I want to see if he's bad as they say he is. He was pretty good at Ohio State. I'm just saying.
He was very good at Ohio
yeah,
State.
it wasn't bad.
You know who he is? He's I'm going to say this generation, but he's this generation's Tim Tebow. Seems to be a great dude. Incredible college quarterback. It's just not translating for whatever reason.
Every Ohio State quarterback seems to be struggling except for CJ Stroud, who should have been number one. Even that guy in Cincinnati who's an ex-Ohio State quarterback is struggling.
Did you watch the final of Ahsoka last night? I did.
It was 2 nights ago. But
right,
yeah.
but I watched it last night.
Cool.
And
again,
I love it.
I called part of it about home and not home.
Yeah. I thought it was great.
Yeah, but they're going to run into a problem because the guy who played Balin died.
I saw.
So yeah,
I think you got to recast him. As much as I hate
replace him with another dude in a beard. I mean, that actually helps.
Yeah,
I mean it does.
Unless you go
look at Dumbledore being replaced. I mean,
you go Luke and Mando and just CGI him in.
I don't know.
We may have to have that discussion towards the end of the show, Lonzo. That might replace What the X today.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine because it's a very interesting topic for nerd type people.
Yeah. I won't go deep into it now.
Or pop culture type people. Yeah.
I will set you up for the end of the very end of the show. I finished the season finale of Ahsoka last night, and I honestly think it's great. I think it is a great show. I think they did a great job with it. The problem is the guy who played one of the main antagonists in the show passed away after the completion of filming, but obviously they haven't shot season 2 yet, and he is set to be a major part of that. So the question we've had is, do you recast the character, right? Or do you CGI him in? Now, I'll tell you, I'm also right now in the midst of, yes, I know I'm a decade plus late, get off me, finishing up the
Ray
Sopranos.
Stevenson, by the way.
Yes, Ray
That's the name of
Stevenson.
the actor. He was also in Thor.
He was in a bunch of stuff, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
I am also in the process of going back and watching The Sopranos. I had a dear friend of mine who loved that show, and she, for years, was like, Rob, you'll love the show. You got to watch it, and I just never got to it. And she unfortunately passed away a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, all right, I wish I'd have watched it when she was still with us. I got to watch this show now. Turns out she was right. The Sopranos is excellent. I am very much enjoying it, but they have the actress who played Tony Soprano's mom in the first 2 seasons passed away towards the end of the filming of season 2. And instead of just writing her off, they filmed a send-off, but the last scene with the mom was filmed after she had passed, and they basically pulled her head out of previous seasons and CGI'd it onto another actress's body sitting in a chair talking to Tony Soprano. And it's so painfully awkward. Not only that it's kind of bad CGI. Now, granted, this was 20 years ago, but it's not only bad CGI, but it was very obvious. Like, if you watch the show, especially if you're watching it like I'm watching it, where I'm binging 2-3 episodes, every couple of days, I've already seen her say this. Like, literally, that's from episode whatever of last season. It was just bad. So I wonder, like, are we good with CGIing deceased actors into current roles, or should they recast that role and just go, yeah, we know it sucks, but much like they did with Dumbledore in the Harry Potter series, you're just going to have to get over it.
There was a strike that recently ended partially. That was part of the problem. So.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about that towards the end of the show. We might bump with the X in order to have that conversation because I'm intrigued by it. I do have a lot of stuff that I want to get to on the radio broadcast today, ladies and gentlemen. It's a story that has popped up this week, but I kind of want your opinion on it, right? NBA Media Days have taken place this week because NBA training camps have popped up this week. Now, a couple of weeks ago, LeBron James said that he not only wants to represent Team USA in the 2024 Olympics in Paris, but that he wants to put together a modern era dream team. He wants to put together a team comprised of the best NBA players on planet Earth today. He
can't do that entirely, though, because some of the best are playing in Europe.
You're absolutely right. Luka Doncic, others like him. Victor Wembanyama is going to play for France, right? Some of the best in the game are international. The NBA is arguably the most international professional sport aside from baseball in America right now. But the Americans still represent the strongest contingent. So LeBron James, at 38 years old, said that he's got a, quote, strong interest, end quote, in playing for Team USA after the Americans finished 4th place in the FIBA World Cup. It is the probably second most, illustrious basketball event on the planet. And we got it handed to us in the FIBA World Cup. As a basketball guy, I was, and I mean this, embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed when you lose. Losing's part of sports. And as the world catches up in basketball, we're going to lose more often. I was more embarrassed in how we lost. It's just bad. It was bad coaching. It was bad playing. It was bad effort. It was a bunch of guys trying to play one-on-one ball. It just didn't work. No point in sending the best 5 in the NBA if you're going to have them play ISO ball. I'd rather send a good college team.
Who was the coach this time around?
I believe it was Steve Kerr who coached this time
so
around.
Coach K wasn't there.
I believe that he is done and has handed the reins over at this point.
Maybe that could factor in.
Yeah. I got to tell you, if we're going to send a team that plays like the FIBA World Cup team to the Olympics in Paris, I'd rather just send Duke. So, anyway, after we got bumped from the World Cup in 4th place, no medal even for the Americans, LeBron James said he wants to represent in the Olympics. And then he immediately reached out to Anthony Davis, a fellow Laker. He reached out to Steph Curry. He reached out to Jason Tatum of the Celtics, Kevin Durant of the Suns, Draymond Green of the Warriors, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, Jaylen Brown, Bam Adebayo, Kawhi Leonard, and others. And all of those names have expressed, at least to some small degree, that they're willing to listen. They're willing to hear him out and might be willing to
First they
sign
said
up.
the same for Space Jam, is it? And then they're like, okay, all right, I'll consider it.
Well, this is interesting because the other story that has been circulating is we all know LeBron has an entire media empire that he is trying to prop up right now. And one of the discussions going on at this point is LeBron might be putting this team together to make a documentary out of it, right? Because as a basketball person, what would be more interesting than a documentary of a bunch of basketball's most talented, but also personality-wise most brash players in the league, to get them all together, fly them to a foreign country, have them take on planet Earth's best in the most watched television sporting event on said planet, and then stick a camera on all of them and go, this is the real life story.
If we want the full story, though, we got to see what they're doing after hours. I mean, I want to see them hanging at
I almost bet that would be part of it.
At the German club. I want to see the
ain't no saying go to the strip club.
Yeah,
Batman says so.
Yeah,
ain't no saying go to the strip club.
I want to see what they do that way. Want to see some practice. If it's a true documentary, you need to get some behind. You got to get some dirt.
So, I think that would absolutely be part of it. I think I would want that to be a part of it as well, right? So my question here is, would we rather pick, because the guys I just listed, that's the all-star team, right? Would we rather pick guys who are more team players, Alex Caruso's of the league? Would we rather pick guys?
Alex or someone like him would probably still get to go because, I mean, you're still going to have a couple what some would consider filler guys.
Oh, I'm sure you will. You'll still have a couple of those cats.
Because if you're trying to recreate the original Dream Team, someone's got to carry the bags.
100%.
Yeah.
But the list of names that we just took a look over, James, Davis, Curry, Tatum, Durant, Green, Booker, Beal, Brown, Adebayo, Leonard, that's the overwhelming majority of the roster. You only got room for like 3 or 4 more dudes. And on top of that, let's be real here. If all those guys are going, you know there's a couple of other megastars, that might not otherwise be interested, but are going to look at that and go, I kind of don't want to get left out, right? Like this is a real way for me to grab some limelight here. So my question is, does this scare you? And maybe it's just me. Maybe you don't give a crap.
Jimmy Buckets with the haircut
100%.
going up against France. I got to see that.
Are we sending Jimmy Heat World? So I don't know about you. If you do care about, and I do, maintaining our status as the basketball country, which we have not been recently. But if we are set on maintaining our status as the basketball country on planet Earth, and we're going to send a team to the Paris Olympics with every intent of bringing back a gold medal, and we should. Are you good with sending easily the most talented top to bottom lineup since the Redeem Team, maybe the Dream Team itself, top to bottom, the most talented assemblage of basketball talent ever, top to bottom, ever, but it is as much going to be a public relations effort as an effort to win gold? Or would you rather maybe build a second team of team players, of role player guys that you know are going to be able to more successfully play a true 5v5 tournament and aren't going over there to be in front of cameras and to get in the limelight, but instead to go kick ass and win a gold medal? Would you rather have that than send the 10 best players in the NBA?
Yeah, but LeBron and those guys go over there and they lose. What then?
They are ridiculed endlessly.
Right.
And that is a risk to them. I assume that, even if the motivation is not. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you, based on what I've seen, what I've heard, what I've read, what I've looked at, most of, I can't say all of them, and I don't know them personally, but from what I've seen and read, the majority of them absolutely do want to win a gold medal for club and country, right? They do want to win a gold wrapped in the red, white, and blue. But I also have to think there is some element of, this is likely going to be, if it hits, at the very least, the second most watched basketball documentary of all time. The first, of course, being the Michael Jordan documentary back in 2020. But that was because we were all locked indoors during COVID. There wasn't a damn thing else to watch but The Last Dance, right? So I got to think, to some degree, there's got to be some element of, I'm going to go over there. I'm going to be in LeBron's documentary. It is going to be the most watched basketball thing that's ever been filmed. And games are going to be a part of that. So I got to show out, right? I got to go get my 35 when we play France, when we play Victor Wembanyama. I got to go get my 35. So I show up in this doc real good. Versus guys who go over there and they're like, we don't care. It's not a documentary. We just want to come win a gold medal. Which would we rather? The 10 or 12 best players we can get with a documentary crew following them around Paris for a week and a half, or we put together a real stout team-based, less talented players, better team organized team, and we mix in a couple of college guys that are going to be top-tier draft picks. We mix in a couple of Alex Carusos that are phenomenal role players. Like, if I gave you the choice, Lonzo, if I make you GM of Team USA basketball, what kind of team are you building? The one that LeBron's putting together or a different one?
Well, I'm embarrassed, right? And we should be. I mean, when you build something and then someone else comes along and surpasses you, that becomes a problem. It goes against your pride. It goes against everything that you are or should. So I say you go with the stars. I think you absolutely go with those guys. You have 4 of those guys, you got a shot to win. And yes, the thing is, some of those European teams are basically putting on the court an entire NBA team. Mm-hmm. Why not put together an all-star team? But they got to play together. It can't be, I'm going to get mine. It's got to be, we're going to get ours.
And that's the fear, right? You send the all-star team over, you got 12 guys who are there to get theirs. They're there to make this a moment for them and not realize that, what the best way to make it a moment for you is? To make it a moment for all of you by taking the top spot on the medal stand. But I get concerned about that a little bit.
And maybe there's another thing. Maybe as an American-born player, you start getting concerned about all the European players coming over and taking spots that Americans could have had. Maybe you get pride about that. Maybe you need to go show them that, we started this and now we're back. There was a lull before, I forget, was it like the second or third time we sent a team over there and we lost? Not as bad as this one, I don't think. Where then they got serious about it and went back and won it back.
Yeah. We've lost and then turned around and just destroyed the next time. My question mark, my concern is LeBron making this a distraction by making this more of a project for public relations in his documentary that has the focus of the basketball team knocked out. And now we did win gold in 2020.
I say, in this day and age of social media where everyone basically has a video camera in their hand,
is it that much different?
It's not. It's not for me.
I think that's fair. I think that's more than fair. All right, so I'll ask you guys that question. Would you prefer that we send LeBron's squad over with a documentary crew, or would you rather we go back old school and put together a list of B-team role players and maybe a couple of college guys that would play better as a team. Texter says, that team sounds great for a video game. All those big egos on the court and bench would not click, though. None of those guys would willingly say, hey, I'll ride the bench. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I would say this. If Lonzo, if there was a way, and a lot of people aren't going to like that he has this much ride, this much clout, but if there is a way that you are going to get that many egos to gel and get together, do you know what it takes to lock them down? Not Steve Kerr. It takes LeBron James. It takes LeBron James. It takes LeBron going, boys, I know that we all want our time. I know we all want our 35. I know we all, but I am here to tell you, if we're going to do this thing, we got to be good teammates. Everybody's going to get their PT and plenty of it, but we got to be a great team first. I genuinely believe that if we're going to do it the LeBron way, LeBron's got to be involved. If we're going to do it the LeBron way, LeBron's got to be as much a coach as he does a player for this. If he does, it'll work. If he does, it'll work. But if he does not, this could get real ugly real quick. Let's take a break. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, Rashad Beard is the host of the Panther Nation podcast. We're going to talk a little Panther football. I might even show Rashad the chart. We'll see what Rashad thinks about the chart. Lonzo hates the chart. Hates the chart. We'll see.
I can't put into words how much I detest the chart.
All right, so don't put more charts into the show. Is that what you're saying? Or do put more charts?
If you do, like blow them up where people can see them on their phone. So test it on your phone, because the majority of the people who are looking at it are on their phone. You know, I just don't like it from a technical standpoint. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Charts and Panthers talk when we come back with Rashad Beard on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Mad World.
All right, guys, one more live read, and then we're going to get Rashad in here. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. back. Rashad, what's up, fella?
What's up, man?
Doing all right, buddy?
Yep, all good.
We didn't wake you up too early, did we?
No, I'm bro. I'm usually more of a morning person when it comes to this.
Oh, you
stuff,
got kids. You up early?
Yeah. I'm up.
What color lightsaber did you get?
I didn't get one, man. It was
Too
I
expensive?
was I was a little upset because the Rise of the Resistance was closed when I got there. It ended up opening up, so I got on it. But I was more focused on getting on that than the lightsaber. I
respect that.
Yeah.
We had a bet on which color you would get.
If I were to get one, it would have been blue.
You win. I said purple because I would get purple if I could. Mace Window.
I went in the place where they were selling them, and I just like, man, we didn't have time, so because you got to pick it out and build it and all that stuff, and I didn't have time to do it.
We're going down in, I think February, last weekend of February. We're gonna go down there for my birthday, and I've already told her, like, you might have to find something to do because I don't care if it takes 2 hours. I'm coming back with a lightsaber from Star Wars.
Yeah. You gotta go build it. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun stuff.
And so mine will be purple.
I still have never been, so
It's great. Great.
Long drive from Greenville, South Carolina, buddy.
Yeah, I just did. I drove myself too. So
Did you drive?
Yeah, we drove.
Golly, what's that, like 11 hours?
No, it's like 8. It's not that
No
bad.
way.
It's 8 hours. It's not
Spy
that
car. Spy car.
Well, you're 2 hours north of us.
bad. Yeah, 8 hours, man.
It's like 7 to St. Augustine.
77 down to 26, 95. It's not that bad.
Okay. I haven't looked. I'm gonna be honest. I fly. I'm lazy.
It's not that bad.
Let's see. We got Chad up in here waiting for the PMP Nation.
What's up, Chad?
Warla calling out the PMP Nation.
My man Carlo.
Rashad taking the Rob Brown show to the big time, man.
Nah, man. Try to get a few folks on here to watch.
all I gotta say is Rashad agrees with you 100%. I'm just done. I'm just
So
finished.
dramatic.
I'm done.
With the Panthers?
No, just done
Look.
with something.
I'm done
with something. I don't know what.
I brought a chart onto the show today. All right, like a
Okay.
graph to
Okay.
prove that this is not a BY problem. Lonzo did not like my graph.
No, he will not say that he's part of the problem. He's blaming the coach, blaming the GM, but refused to say that he was part of the problem.
Do you want me to say
He
my
could have
thoughts?
got out of
Or
it by saying the team has a problem, but no, he would not do that.
Well, the team does have a problem.
Yeah, the coach and the GM. Okay, all right, fine.
I'll save my thought. How about that for the show?
Thank you. So in other words, I might as well get ready to be done with something. That's fine. That's fine.
Don't be done with me, man.
There's a man who leads a life of danger. To everyone he meets, he stays a stranger.
I don't know the words to it. He's just,
Every move he makes, another chance he takes.
Odds are he won't live to see tomorrow.
Secret agent.
Have you heard it before, Rashad? Have you?
Yeah. I'm familiar.
Okay, all right. So I was wrong about that too.
This
This is just me being wrong all day.
Rashad Beard is the host of the Panther Nation podcast, which you can find on social media at Panther Nation PC. But more and most importantly, find him on YouTube by searching and subscribing to the Panther Nation podcast. There is nobody, and I mean this, I enjoy talking Panther ball with more than Rashad Beard. And look, I'm going to jump straight into it, Rashad, because I brought a graph to the show today. All right. I brought a graph. Lonzo hates that I brought a graph to the radio, but I found it important. And I'm gonna bring it up again right now because I think it illustrates the point. All right, real quick, I'll run through it. On the bottom left to right is the percentage of open windows that a quarterback has to throw into. That is the number of times when he throws the football that the window he's throwing to is an open window. No defenders to immediately impact the reception of the football. And on the left, bottom to top, is the percentage of accurate throws to those open windows, right? So the further on the right you are on the graph, the more windows you're throwing to that are open. The higher up on the graph you are, the higher that percentage. And all the way in that top left corner, that circle all the way up there by himself, that is Bryce Young. He is the furthest quarterback to the left with one exception, Derek Carr. That means those two guys have fewer open windows that they are throwing into than anybody in the league. But look at where he is at the top. He is throwing to open windows at an 80% accuracy rate right now. That says to me, Rashad, and correct me if I'm wrong here, it says to me that there are a couple of problems. Problem number one.
He already fell asleep.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think so, but we'll find out. It brings a couple of things. There is one possibility, and that is Bryce Young's just missing guys who are getting open. But I've watched this team play, and I don't think that's true. Which then means that number two, guys aren't getting open and the playbook is not being adapted and changed in order to get guys open. So the fact that he is throwing more accurately than any other quarterback in the NFL to open windows says to me, it's a decision-making and personnel problem, not a quarterback problem. Alonso took my graph away.
Yeah. So listen, I think it's a combination of everything. Listen, Bryce is not perfect. By any means. He's got to be a little bit more careful with the football as far as protection, ball security. So there's some things that he absolutely needs to correct. However, I would agree with that. We do have some personnel issues. I don't think that Bryce has been supported wide receiver wise. And I said this going into the season, when we do stat predictions, we said, I think Dave said Adam Thielen was going to lead us in receiving. And I said, if that's the case, we're in trouble. And look at where we are right now. Adam Thielen's our leading receiver by far from a target share perspective and from a yard perspective. He's the guy. And with that, if that's the case, we're going to have a problem. And you can see it right now. We're scrambling. Apparently, word on the street is that we're looking for another wide receiver. So I think it's a combination of everything. I think he's being coddled a little bit when it comes to the play calling. 13 screens or throws behind the line of scrimmage, not acceptable. I mean, you overlay that with the Andy Dalton's chart, it looks completely different. You look at the two different. So I think it's a combination of everything. We've got issues we need to fix. I will say that I'm 100% confident in Bryce. I don't think he is the sole issue. I think he can lead this team and be our franchise quarterback. But we've got some things to work on for sure.
All right. So normally I don't jump in here, and Rob doesn't want me to. He just gave me that look like why you. But I just, we talked about before the season that if things didn't go well for Bryce and things went well for CJ Stroud, which they are, that there would be noise that the Panthers made a wrong choice. Panther Nation podcast, you got your finger on the pulse. What are the people saying?
Oh, the people are hot. And listen, that's an easy way out, right? The people are hot because it's not just CJ Stroud, right? It's Anthony Richardson is playing well too. So that's part of the problem in that we get into this hindsight mindset when things don't go well. At the end of the day, winning is going to cure all. Once we start getting some W's, I don't think all is lost here with the Panthers. We've been in every single game, right? We're a couple of decisions away from winning. We could be 2-2. We could be 4-0. I mean, it's not that far off to where we can have some W's. So But you're right, Lonzo. I think listen, seeing CJ Stroud ball out, putting up records, it's problematic. It is. And that's just an easy way out because we don't have the same thing. We don't have the same coaching staff. He doesn't have the same skill set around him. It's different scenarios. But yes, the Panther Nation is not happy about CJ Stroud playing well and Bryce struggling.
Steve Smith Sr. said they are hotter than fish grease, which is just the best. Rashad Beard is one half of the hosts of the Panther Nation podcast. He joins us on Thursdays at an all-new time. Within our all-new time, we move 6 to 10, so Rashad's going to be joining us at 8:20 on Thursdays moving forward. You mentioned it there, and that is the Andy Dalton pass chart versus the Bryce Young pass chart, because I saw the same thing, and it's like it's the same chart except all the dots are moved back like 10 yards for Bryce Young. And that says to me, like, yeah, that's a play calling thing, right? Like, that's a play calling thing. Now, you can say they're play calling that because they don't believe that Bryce Young can deliver the ball down the field or that Bryce Young isn't ready to deliver down. What's the reasoning behind that?
I don't know. I wish I knew. I do think that Andy Dalton can make throws that Bryce isn't quite ready to do just yet. And that's okay. He's a rookie. I do think, however, if you stick Andy Dalton in that game versus the Vikings, that is a W. I firmly believe that, number one, because of the ball security issues, and number two, I just think that the play calling would be different. And that's not on Bryce. That's on the coaching staff. We've got to get in a situation where Bryce is comfortable and they're putting him in the best position to succeed. And it has to do, again, we can't get the run game going either. That's a problem. We talk about Bryce a lot. But a lot of it has to fall back on the run game and getting the run game going. The inability to run the football is a major problem for the Carolina Panthers. Once we get that fixed, you start implementing play action, things will start to open up. But until then, it's not working. And we've got to get on track. We've had some opportunities with some defenses that have not been as good as the first 2 weeks that we played, but we've got to get it on track. And I don't know what the answer is. I hope that the coaching staff, the all-star coaching staff that we brought in, can figure it out. There's a lot of good minds in that building. On paper, they should be able to figure it out. Unfortunately, I don't get paid the big bucks to figure it out, so I don't know the answers. So they got to figure that out.
Rashad Beard from the Panther Nation podcast here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. All right, let's flip it over. Let's talk about this news that came out this weekend. Rappaport reporting that Scott Fitterer is working the phone lines every day in order to find not just a new wide receiver, but a top-tier wide receiver. And we know that if that move gets made, it's not going to be cheap. Here's what I've said, Rashad. At this point, you're sitting at 0-4. The likelihood of making the playoffs is at this point pretty much zero. It's not zero, but it's pretty much zero. Fortunately, you're in the worst division in football. Unfortunately, Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers seem to have found a little something, so we're all playing catch-up at this point. Here's my thought. If you make that move, it's going to cost you a pretty penny. What's the point in bringing? I understand it. The best answer is to give Bryce Young a number one wide receiver to grow and develop with, but I don't know that I'm willing to do that at the cost of what is already very limited capital to grow with in the future, right? Because if you bring a guy in, especially if you go with, say, a Hollywood Brown, a guy that, first off, is going to be unhappy playing for anybody other than a contender because he's already said that in the past. But if you go get a guy for the rest of this year that hits free agency in 24 and it's going to cost you a second and a fourth, great. Like, I gave Bryce training wheels for this season, but I've hamstrung our ability to get better next year when, we really think it's time to compete. I don't love hearing this right now, man.
Yeah, you described the conundrum that the Panthers are in to a T. I mean, that's exactly right. I am all for getting Bryce Young weapons. And here's the issue. We had an opportunity to get a bona fide wide receiver in the offseason. We had an opportunity to get a DeAndre Hopkins for free. You could have signed him. He was a free agent. The Cardinals had let him go. We could have signed him and had a top tier level wide receiver in the building already. Now we're in a situation where you want to get a wide receiver because, you don't want to stunt the growth of Bryce Young. You want to give him all the weapons to make him feel as comfortable as possible so that he's not, scarred for life dealing with start seeing ghosts. We don't want to see that, right? So I get what they're saying, but in the situation that the Carolina Panthers are in, it just doesn't make sense to trade for a wide receiver because guess what? like you said, limited draft capital that we already have. We don't have a first round pick. So that means you got to start thinking about a player. And so that player that you're talking about potentially is Brian Burns, right? He's the only tradable asset that we have. And then you think about that, you take away from what is already a gutted defense, and it still happens to be playing well. I got to give Israel Evero all the credit in the world because he's playing with the hamstrung defense. You take Brian Burns away, that cripples our defense, right? So it's a really bad scenario that the Carolina Panthers are in regards to trying to get a wide receiver. I personally think it's too late. I think we need to go with what we have. You don't want to dig your hole deeper. But if you have the opportunity to go and try and get a Devonta Adams who doesn't seem to be happy with the Raiders right now, I would swing. I would try to see what I can do. I mean, I'm picking up the phone to see what's out there. You know, Scott Fitterer says in on every deal. Let's see if we can get something. Let's see if we can get him for the cheap. You never know what can happen. But trading away Brian Burns or trading away more picks that we don't already have, you're just digging the hole deeper. And we have to basically take our medicine. We put ourselves in a situation. Now we got to live with it.
Let me give you my biggest fear right now. Here's my biggest fear. We know that there are GMs. We know that there are head coaches that very frequently fall victim to their own ego. I've said for a number of years, the issue with the Dallas Cowboys right now isn't the players and it's not the coaching. It's Jerry Jones' ego, because when Jerry decides this is the way, I'm right, everybody else is wrong, and I'm never going to come off of that. I think that is part of the issue, for instance, with Dak Prescott. Jerry spent 5 years trying to convince us all that Dak's a Pro Bowler, and every year Dak is not that guy, right? Here's my fear. Scott Fitterer went Bryce Young. Bryce Young's getting outperformed by C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson in immediately available metrics. Scott Fitterer, a guy that a lot of us feel already kind of feeling that seat start to heat up a little bit, has got to make it look like Bryce Young was the right pick. And what's going to get fans off of his backside right now is wins and numbers. So he would rather go get a guy for Bryce Young to look good in the short term so that he can go, see, I told you I made the right call, as opposed to have the ability to sit back, allow the Panthers to use what capital they have left to grow into next year's team and be right a year and a half from now. Now, I get it, because there is the point in the offseason where you risk David Tepper going, you know what, I'm really not happy with where we are, even though we're getting better. So you're gone, you're out. And then Bryce Young down the road becomes a brilliant quarterback. But I'm afraid that Fitterer is going to make all these moves to save his ass right now and make Bryce look good this year to the detriment of the 2024 Carolina Panthers.
Or could it be that David Tepper is the one saying, hey, you guys got to get it right now? Like we have this coaching staff. I cut the check, right? I cut the check for this coaching staff. You guys need to figure it out. We need to get a wide receiver one in the building right now because I'm sick of losing. That could be the case as well. But you're absolutely spot on. You're spot on in the fact. I think that you got to. It's a tough situation. It's a really tough situation that Scott Fitterer finds himself in, and he's definitely got the seat warmer on. He gets in the car right now, and the seat is hot for him. What's not hot? I would say it's a little warm. I will say this: winning is going to cure all. Like, we have to get some W's. I firmly believe that the season is not lost. It's 0-4. I don't think many of us expected playoffs, but what we did expect is to be at least a mid-team, mediocre. That's what we wanted, at least, right? So go out there, get us some W's. Don't panic, right? In regards to getting a wide receiver, let's figure it out, because we have limited capital. We can't trade away Brian Burns. We got to figure this out. So Scott, it is what it is. Hopefully, him and Tepper are on the same page, and they don't go with any knee-jerk reactions and just get it done. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't. I'm just as worried as you are.
Rashad Beard is the host of the Panther Nation podcast on Twitter at Panther Nation PC, but make sure you search and subscribe to their YouTube channel at Panther Nation Podcast. Of course, we are currently sitting with an 0-4 record. Teams that go 0-5 just don't make the playoffs. It just does not happen. But I have been saying for a hot minute. In fact, I had an altercation with a bunch of Panthers fans earlier in the week. Sheena Quick, who covers the Panthers up in Charlotte, and I think does a spectacular job. She put up something, all the fans feel like they've been bamboozled and led astray and run amok, and that's all well and good. And my response was, like, that's cool, but the fans don't run the team, and they're not going to like to hear that. I get that you want wins, but at this point in the season, and maybe this is me being cynical or pragmatic, I don't know, maybe somewhere in between the two, I don't really care. Wins this year to me are irrelevant in the face of growth and development and getting better as a football team. And yes, getting better should eventually translate into wins over bad teams. But I'm not panicking because you're 0-4. I expected to be looking down like at the best 2-3, maybe 3-4 to start the year. I don't understand why everybody's slamming the hell out of the panic button because you lost to a couple of decent teams out of the gate.
Yeah, so the problem is that the Panthers fans, we have a problem with isolation of issues, right? We moved on to a Frank Reich, who's a new coach, but we have this history under David Tepper of L's. David Tepper has yet to experience a winning season, right? So us as Panther fans cannot separate the two. We can't give Frank Reich a clean slate. We can't, because we have this history of L every year since 2017, right? So it's been a long road of losing. And so we have a problem separating the two. Now, I agree with you in that wins this year should be I think both sides are right? And that's why, when David Tepper and when Scott Fitter and Frank Reich come out here and say, hey, we're not, this is not a rebuild. This is a retool. We've heard that even when Rule was around here, we heard that. And that's the message that's what we're going off of. When you sell us this bill of goods that, hey, you know what I mean, this is where we are, that we have this improved coaching staff, we're good to go. That's what we expect. So you laid it out. You kind of dug your own grave with this. You know what I mean? So that's where I think, I think both of you guys are right. I saw the Twitter spat. You guys both are right. But we need to get, at the end of the day, all boils down to W's. Get W's, and I guarantee you Panthers fans will get off your back. We got to find some W's from somewhere.
All right, Rashad, you and I both have been in that stadium when the thing has been packed full of Panthers fans having a great time. And now we see what Minnesota did with their fans this past Sunday. If you're a free agent, why do you want to come and play in a stadium where you can't get your own people to come and watch the team?
Yeah, that's a huge problem. And when it comes to free agents and attracting those guys, you have to want to play for Carolina. And that's a problem that people don't look into, right? If I'm a free agent, would I rather go play for Carolina? They would have to cut me a major bag, or I'm going to go play for a winning team. I can choose my destination. I'm not choosing to go to Carolina. So it's a major problem. And I think, Zoe, you're right. And you can look at this season alone. Go back to the Monday night game where the bank was rocking. The Monday night game, first home game of the season, Panthers fans we were in there rocking, man. It was a lot of Panthers fans. Then just one home game later, you have Vikings fans skull clapping their way through Bank of America Stadium. I mean, that's not cool. But it just goes back to the problem we just spoke about, right? We have no confidence in us getting W's. Panther fans don't want to go see us lose. They'd rather make money. They'd rather sell their tickets to another fan base that's going to pay overpriced to see their team that rarely comes over here. You know what I mean? So that's just what it is. That's just the reality. And like I said, it all goes back to, I've said this for the third time, goes back to getting W's. You get W's, fans will come to the games. They'll support the Panthers. They'll be more apt to attend games. Until then, we're like, forget it. We don't want anything to do with it.
You still going to games?
Yeah, I'm going. I got my PSL. I'm in for the long haul, bro.
He already bought the tickets.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going. Listen, it's gonna take a lot. I'm a diehard. Like I'm not one of those guys invested in and just wants to make money off my PS. I'm gonna go. Like I'm in it for the long haul. But not everybody's built like me, and that's okay. But it just is what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, not everybody's built like him. He is the host of the Panther Nation podcast. You can find them again on YouTube at Panther Nation podcast. Make sure you search, subscribe, turn that notification on. When you guys going live again?
We'll be live for the game. We'll live stream because this is a away game. We'll be live streaming during the game, and then we'll do a post game after that. I think we're going to preview the game today. I think it's going to be recorded, though. So hit the subscribe button. Check us out. Preview the Lions game, and then live on Sunday.
Talk to you next Thursday, big dog.
Absolutely, man. Good times. I like this new slot, by the way. Congratulations on all your success.
You, big fella.
You're welcome.
But listen, the last time we did this, Rashad took the credit. So, I'm going to give it to him again. Appreciate you, fella. Thanks for all the help you put in, man.
All right, guys. Thank you, guys. Man.
See ya. That is Rashad Beard, host of the Panther Nation podcast. Again, you can follow them on Twitter at Panther Nation PC. Make sure you check out their YouTube channel at Panther Nation Podcast. He joins us every Thursday at 8:20. The Rob Brown Show wraps up hour number 3 and heads into 4 next. It is the Fan Upstate. He split the difference between us. I accept that. Rashad's all about bringing people together.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Appreciate Rashad coming in. Appreciate those of y'all from the PMP Nation that came by to hang out with us for a little while, man. Y'all are always welcome. We're live every day, all 4 hours. One day I hope to see back-to-back winning seasons. Made for More said winning cures everything. I'm not arguing that it doesn't. It absolutely does. Ray Lewis is my perfect example of that. If all it comes down to you is dubs and L's, then Lonzo's right, 100%. But that's not, to me, that's not the only thing that matters. But I'm a clown. What do you want? If the Panthers drafted Stroud and he went 0-4, would he be calling out the coaching staff as much? I don't know, Lonzo, would you?
He's talking to you. You're the one calling out the coaching staff.
Would he be calling out the coaching staff as much as Rob? Yes. Because the play calling is tragic right now. Tragic.
Am I biased towards Ohio State quarterbacks? Yeah. Do they play well in the NFL? Not very often.
Nope.
CJ Stroud's tearing it up right now. Joe Burrow, if you remember, started out at Ohio State. So technically,
he's an Ohio State quarterback.
Yeah. Is he playing well this year? No, not really. We already know about Justin Fields. Now, Ohio State wide receivers, that's a totally different thing. Because they're all killing it. And just think, as bad as the Panthers are, at least they would have had to look forward to the fact that maybe they could get Marvin Harrison Jr. But you know what? They can't. Because they traded that away. You can go all the way back to Tom Tupa and Art Sleetster. I mean, Ohio State quarterbacks don't do very well. But if you want to give that quarterback in Cincinnati, Joe Burrow, if you want to give him to LSU, which I could get why you would want to, right now, the potential to be the best Ohio State quarterback in the NFL of all time lies on the shoulders of CJ Stroud.
Behind the ropes. Thank you very much, bud. Much appreciated. We'll come on the pod if you want. It does not take much to get us to talk wrestling. In fact, it doesn't take literally anything to
Yeah,
get us
because
to talk wrestling.
yeah, we normally do.
I would say a solid 33%, 33.33% of the talk in the Fortress of Nerditude is wrestling.
It's always on too.
It's always
So,
on.
It is.
When I get done, actually in pregame and postgame shows, I'm usually catching up on wrestling in the office. And we repeatedly stop it and talk about that awesome thing that just happened.
So even the guests that they have come on the Boot Barn commercial have to do the Boot Barn
You got
voice.
to do the
Listen to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. This dude ain't even a normal. It's like, okay, so do they tell you got to talk this way, or do they just find guys who talk that way? Yeah, I really like your voice. Would you like to come on and do a Boot Barn commercial? Yes, sir. I would.
I would like to come to the Boot Barn.
I will do a commercial for you.
For the record, I go to the Boot Barn like once a month.
I've been there once, but it's a cool place.
It's a great place.
Bought me an award-winning hat.
Everything we do is the attitude of an award winner. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Got a couple of things for you that we are cooking up right now. I will let you know first and foremost that Emily Adams will rejoin the show next week. It is the Gamecock bye week right now. And so she's on vacation this week. Emily will rejoin us on Thursdays. And fingers crossed, should be this Monday. But starting this Monday at 8:40 a.m., we will have a Clemson beat writer from the Post and Courier joining us every Monday to talk Tiger football. I'm going to need you not to do that to our guests.
I would not do that to a guest. I would never do that.
Yeah.
Not to a guest.
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, there's decorum involved and things like that. Now, doing this before that guest actually comes on may make them not come on, in which case I would be upset for the show. I'd be upset for you, but I'd also laugh a little. I just, I'm fine. I'm smiling.
Don't. So we will let you know. We are, again, fingers crossed, going to have a Clemson beat writer who will start. Well, I'm working on it right now. Have been working on it the last couple of days. We will hopefully have a weekly Clemson segment on Mondays at 8:40.
Censored.
Emily Adams will join us Thursdays at 8:40 as she moves up in the show slot as well.
You know,
Rashad Beard Thursdays at 8:20.
Rashad, even more awesome earlier in the morning. I want to say Emily wouldn't have a problem if I played this. So why would the beat writer have a problem?
Like there's a slight difference between
They
the
are
two.
both rallying cries within their respective stadiums.
Like the slightest of differences.
If that doesn't get you going as a Clemson fan, you're not really a Clemson fan.
All right. So we got that all coming up for you moving forward. And of course, tomorrow on the show, we got a lot in our 4 hours. In the first hour of the show.
Hey man, I'm sorry. I keep interrupting. I'm not really sorry, but it's our first Friday in the morning slot tomorrow.
It is. We got an extra hour to break down games.
Sweet.
Yes, please. And thank you.
Hey, maybe we bring back Fanboy Friday.
We got the time.
And maybe we start doing that Tuesday thing again with our extra time.
Faces and heels.
It's
been a minute.
We have not done that
It's
in
been
a
a
while.
minute.
I'm
You
just
are
saying we got
correct.
some extra time.
We do 60 segments of radio a week for you guys. Coming up on tomorrow's show, we will do Clock In and Lock In at 8 o'clock. I'm going to give you my best bets for the college and NFL weekend. We will do in the opening hour of the show our Carolina preview, where we will take a look at the Gamecocks, the Tigers, and the Panthers and break all three of their games down extensively.
By the way, I know he's previewing tomorrow. We still have an hour left today.
Oh,
I
yeah, we ain't
don't
done.
because it sounds final the way you're talking, like we're done for the day, and we're not.
We are done. Keegan said, I noticed you don't play that for the Panthers, and that would be a pretty accurate representation of their play, which is fair. I talked out the bed.
No, it's okay. I had the extra one on, dude. I was just stunned by Keegan there, and I didn't get to. I don't play it for the Panthers because that's the that's a tiger, and the other thing is a panther. That's a tiger, man. There's a clear difference between a tiger and a panther, so that's why I don't do that.
We have to take our last top of the hour break. When we come back, it's all football the rest of the ride. Robin, Lonzo, and you. No, it's not. It's wrestling too on the Fan Upstate. I literally just said that.
You ever been phased out before? You ever seen the signs that you're being phased out, that you're being, eliminated? Just wondering. No reason.
Oh, you know what we have to do in the last hour? Give away tickets to the Furman game.
It's just too much, man. I can't handle it. In my advanced age, I finally reached the limit. I can't do everything anymore. I got to go to the rocking chair.
To the rocking chair.
Look at the woods and talk to the crows and the squirrels and the opossums.
The opossums. Christian Cage is the best thing in AEW right now, and that's wild considering they have MJF still.
So have you seen what he said at the end?
Uh-huh.
Okay, all
I haven't
right.
watched it yet,
Yeah.
but it made its way into my feed.
They changed the thing on me. I hate when they do that. Specifically changed just to mess with me. Yeah, I got a feeling, Steven, that's never coming back. I think, although it will never be said out loud by other people, I think Mayonnaise Gate has to do with it. That, or there's just only so many ways that I can lose. And maybe that's what you want. You guys just want to see me tortured. It's a sad state when my pain entertains you. Just want to point out, I still hate man buns and REO Speedwagon. Not necessarily in that order.
Ooh, what order? I like orders.
Man bun or REO Speedwagon. The things that I hate the most.
The ultimate bet loss.
Yes.
Meg Lonzo sing REO Speedwagon while wearing a man bun.
I don't even know if that's humanly possible. Yeah, I hope they do, Kevin. I really do. I want love from everybody except for you. But I as far as that goes, if Man Buns and REO Speedwagon hate me, I'm fine with that. I was slamming REO Speedwagon when they were in town. I don't care. They're like 85 years old. I am not that old, so I'm good. Wow, she sent those early. Listen to your lives.
Yeah.
It's like 2 weeks out. What
Yep.
the world is going on there? That's unusual. It's supposed to be like the last hour that you're here when that's supposed to happen. Man, we went way late. I wonder whose fault that is.
Rashad's.
Yeah, we'll blame it on Rashad. REO Speedwagon is the depression.
It's basically afternoon. You can stop with that now.
It's 9
It's
a.m.
basically the afternoon at
See,
this point.
yeah, I don't know if you knew this. The AM that's PM is afternoon. AM is before that. So that makes it.
The fourth hour of the Rob Brown Show starts now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Great to have you. For those of you that are just tuning in, good afternoon. For those of you that have been with us this whole time, your endurance is appreciated. Thanks for putting up with us.
That would definitely describe it.
Yeah.
Endurance.
We got a lot more to get into over the course of the radio broadcast, and there is nothing more important, ladies and gentlemen, not a bigger discussion going on in the world of sports right now than, of course, who else could it be but Taylor Swift herself. All right. She at this point it's honestly, we should probably just make this entire show about Taylor Swift.
By the way, speaking of Taylor Swift, happy birthday, Travis Kelce.
Happy birthday.
It just showed up on my feed.
Happy birthday to Travis Kelce, a.k.a. Mr. Taylor Swift. We're very, very, very proud of you. All right. You shot your shot, and it worked out.
Still not sure it's not a work. Just saying.
No, we're not, because TK still has not confirmed that they are actually dating. Now, we've seen her come to back-to-back Chiefs games at this point. We have seen them walking around together, getting into escape cars together, going to dinner to celebrate wins together, but neither one of them has confirmed that they are actually dating.
Do we need PDAs for proof? And then you have to analyze that and see if it looks comfortable or if it's staged.
Yeah.
I mean, is that what we need?
Because I can tell you, there's a lot of fellas out there that are exceptional at faking relationships. And maybe TK's in that group. I don't know. But what I do know is that if you tuned into that game late night the other night when the Jets hosted the Chefs, there were, over the course of the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, 17 Taylor Swift cutaways during the course of that game. And this is very interesting because while Travis Kelce will not confirm that they are or they are not dating, Travis Kelce, ladies and gentlemen, can now be considered amidst the number of people who think that there is too much Taylor Swift being covered by the NFL right now. On their New Heights podcast, a podcast that Travis Kelce does with his brother, Philadelphia Eagles center Jason Kelce, Kelce said, and I quote, "I think it's fun when they show who's at the game. It brings a little more to the atmosphere, brings a little more to what you're watching. But at the same time, they're overdoing it a little bit," end quote. Now, Jason added, "I just think the NFL is not used to celebrities coming to games. Like basketball has it all figured out. They're all courtside. They're sitting there. They show them once or twice, but then they get back to the game," end quote. And I think that the observation from the elder Kelce is astute, because the NFL is the biggest sport in all the land, but it is not as regularly celebrated.
Yeah, don't tell some other people on the station, because
It doesn't matter how they feel.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Because Lonzo is big into numbers backing up our claims.
Do we have a graph for this?
I can make a graph.
Can
for
you?
this, all right?
Can you? Can we graduate to flow charts? I like those better.
Flowcharts, like, it's very specific, right? Flowcharts don't give you data so much as outcomes. There's a difference. We're a big graph show.
Venn diagram.
Big graph.
That's
show.
the Venn diagram. Technically, a graph, though.
Yeah, and that does show you data, but it's more of conglomeration of data as opposed to like laying it out point by point. Anyway, the NFL is the biggest sport in all the land, but it doesn't really have the celebrity turnout that, say, an NBA game does. I don't necessarily know that it has a celebrity turnout the way the Major League Baseball world does. So, of course, the NFL is going to do that, especially when the NFL has the biggest celebrity, I might argue, on planet Earth right now. Now, Tay-Tay is certainly the biggest star in the United States of America right now. There's not a more recognizable face in showbiz than that of one Taylor Swift. And the Swifties have now flocked to the National Football League. There is a trend going on social media right now that I, for one, find absolutely hysterical, of women who are big Taylor Swift fans going up to their boyfriends and husbands who are football fans and going, aren't you happy for this Travis Kelce guy that Taylor Swift put him on the map?
You know, the guys who are unhappy about this, I don't understand you, because my wife watches football even when I'm not home. So, I mean, and I know that there are a lot of women in this area for sure that are big time football fans and will watch without their man. So if you got a problem with the Swifties, I don't get it. More eyes on the product is a good thing.
One of the most important things to be able to recognize in your life, Alonzo, is the ability to check your privilege. And you don't know that you are in a position of privilege in that particular aspect of your life. You have found what we in the biz call a unicorn. Because while I am very much aware.
Don't call her that, though, because she might smack you. I mean,
While I am very well aware that there are scores of women out there who will watch football without their man.
You know, last time I checked, and I could be wrong, maybe my eyes doth deceive me, but when I look at a stadium full of people, it's not all dudes.
Correct. As I said.
And those women don't look like they're unhappy to be there. They look like they're enjoying themselves, flying their colors and rooting for their team.
There are scores of women out there who love football. My
Is
fiance
scores more than a buttload?
Yes, scores
Okay.
is more than a buttload.
Okay. All right.
My fiance, for instance, last Saturday when the Gamecocks, or I guess Saturday before last, when the Gamecocks were playing the Bulldogs of Georgia, I was on the air doing Bet for the Cycle, the nation's #1 baseball gambling show, every Saturday from noon to 4 on the BetQL network, hosted by former MLB player Cody Decker and some clown named me. And she got her big break on Bet for the Cycle because Spencer Rattler and the Gamecocks put up the first TD on the Dogs, and she was caught on the radio screaming from the living room a full 2 rooms away from where I was broadcasting.
All right, let's face it. If you can match volume with Rob Brown, you've got some pipes. I'm just saying.
She brought the heat. However, the only game that she's going to watch without me is South Carolina, from where she graduated. That's it. It's the only one. If the Saints are playing and I'm not there, she's not watching it. Now, if I'm home and it's on, she'll absolutely sit there and watch it and break it down with me, but she's not going to watch it without me. However, for Jets chefs, I was doing something else. I was on another show that evening doing a guest appearance when the game started, and I walked into the bedroom to find her watching that game.
Man, you are sought after. People just want the Rob Brown rub.
I'm kind of a big deal.
Wow.
Walked into the room. She's watching the game. I'm like, oh, you got the game on for me. And she goes, no, I just wanted to see what Taylor was wearing.
Wait. Are you him?
I am him.
Okay. I was just,
Me and Mello.
I've heard about that.
We are hims.
So she wanted to know what Taylor was wearing.
What she was wearing, who she was with, what she was doing, which ended up great because she was hanging out with the 2 stars of the new Deadpool movie, Ryan Reynolds and old Buff Cakes himself, Hugh Jackman.
You know, she's gonna be in the movie. She's gonna be in Deadpool 3.
That'd be great.
For sure.
That'd be great. So, it's been a lot. Well, it has been so much, especially now that Kelce made a comment on how overboard the Tay-Tay coverage of the NFL was, that the NFL responded at this point. The NFL released a statement to People magazine that said, and I quote, "We frequently change our bios and profile imagery based on what's happening in and around our games as well as culturally. The Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce news has been a pop cultural movement, and we've leaned into it in real time as it's an intersection of sport and entertainment, and we've seen an incredible amount of positivity around the sport. The vast majority of our content has remained focused on the game and our players and a variety of other initiatives, including our Toy Story Fun Day football altcast, the international games, and more," end quote. Now, if you have seen it, the NFL has sent out a lot of stuff like Chiefs offense, Taylor's version, or NFL Sunday, Taylor's edition, or whatever that thing is. And that is a reference to when Taylor Swift regained ownership of her songs and released them in an all new remastered and reorchestrated platform and called them Taylor's edition or Taylor's version or whatever it was called. I don't know.
So it's like a remix.
Yeah, but it's so basically she recorded the songs for a label. The label owned the song, so therefore the label had the say over what the final remix sounded like, or the final mix sounded like they put out. Eventually, Taylor got so big she was able to reacquire ownership of those songs, and then she remade those songs the way that she wanted them to sound.
Which version's better?
To me, Taylor's versions are better.
Okay.
But that may just be because I am an artist, an artiste.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you're a Swiftie.
No, I am a Taylor Swift fan. I am not a Swiftie. There is a deep.
Have you ever
difference.
been an E on anything? I mean, to where you're, what do the kids call it, a stan? Have you ever been one of those?
Yeah, I mean, look, like I'm a Saints stan. I'm an Eagles stan. The band, not the Philadelphia version. I can't stand them. Sorry, James. Love you, dog. There are things that if there was a fan base name like Swiftie, you could probably say I was in that group. Taylor's not one of them. I like her. Like I said, I've said this a bunch of times. I think she makes soft, relatable, generic music. But sometimes soft, relatable, and generic is what we're all in for.
Soft, not SAWFT, but soft as an easy.
Correct. It's just easy listening, pop, kind of, sort of old school country songs about, young love and heartbreak and whatever, being let down, being run around on, things that have happened to a lot, if not most of us. We have all been in young love. We have all had our hearts broken. Many of us have been cheated on. Like, it's relatable stuff, and she puts it into catchy pop tunes. It's fine. Am I going out of my way for Taylor Swift? No. But if the fiance and I are on the roadie.
Come on. You're still not doing it because you know how expensive those tickets are.
No, I just mean like in general. Like if I'm driving down the road, I'm probably not popping a Taylor album on. But if I'm on a roadie with the fiance and she's like, can we listen to this new Taylor joint? Yeah, have at it. I don't care.
Would she say it that way? Because I just don't.
No, not really.
Yeah, because
what she would say is, I'm listening to Taylor Swift.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I appreciate the directness, So TK says they've gone overboard. And I will agree, even as a Taylor Swift fan, they probably have. I just love that they, being the NFL, they in this case, felt the need to defend it.
I love it. But here's the reason why I love it. Because it makes people mad for no reason. It's stupid. Unless our conspiracy is right and it is affecting Patrick Mahomes' play, then I got a problem with it. If it's not, then so what? They're showing the celebrity multiple times. I mean, I think some of it may come from jealousy. Well, I just want to see ball. Can we just see ball? It's like, come on, dude.
Well, I think
come on. Have you missed the play because they showed her?
Yeah, I think that's the interesting part to me is it kind of brings to light once again. I think it brings to light the reality that is for many of us as football fans, specifically for those that are casual football fans, the reality that in any 60-minute football game, the ball is in play for less than 3 minutes. If you are talking from snap to whistle, snap to tackle, the football is in play for less than a combined 3 minutes on average in any given football game. So you are watching 2 hours and 57 minutes of football, and you were getting 3 where it's actually being played. Now, I have also made the point that if you know ball and you enjoy football.
Yeah, but none of us do, but you.
Some of you do. The ones of you that agree with me know ball. For those of you that know ball, you understand that the game is not just played when the quarterback has the football. The game is played in matchups. The game is played in substitutions. The game is played in motion. It is played in audibles. It is played in checks. It is played in all these other things that happen while the ball is not in play. That makes football so damn interesting. But if all you watch, and this is why so many people that are casual fans don't have the same affinity right? My fiance would not care if if they had Tay Cam, like an alternate broadcast where they put the football game down in a little box and then they put Taylor up in the big box and you got to watch it live, she'd probably pick that. All right. And I'm not mad at her for it. If they did Samuel L. Jackson Cam, you better believe I'd watch the hell up out of Samuel L. Jackson Cam.
Only if you could hear the audio.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Patrick Mahomes, that mother. So I don't care about any of that. As long as they're not taken away from the pre-snap, the snap, the play, and the result. You know, if while the chefs are in the huddle, they go up to Taylor, I don't particularly care. But what I do find interesting is I think it does kind of bring to light the fact that football is not played primarily while the ball's in action. It is played with the quarterback versus the defense, the coaches v. the coaches, the substitutions, the clock management, the timeout strategy, the audibles, the motion, all of that constitutes the game. And I think this has kind of brought the fact to light that it's all just silly and fun. And it's great. It's my favorite thing, but it's my favorite silly and fun thing.
All I can say is lighten up. And let me quote the texter yesterday who profoundly said, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Thursday, and you know what that means. Coming up next, it's time for Fight Club. For those of you that are new to this time slot, Fight Club is our weekly combat sports and entertainment segment. Combat sports being boxing, being MMA, and predominantly being professional wrestling. So when we come back, Lonzo will take us on a fun little expedition around the world of combat sports, UFC, boxing, MMA, AEW, WWE, and more. It's all coming up next on a Thursday morning edition of the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate.
All right. Is there actual video of this? Peacemaker creator James Gunn shares a video from the set of Peacemaker of John Cena playing Bohemian Rhapsody on the piano.
Really?
They show him sitting at the piano. I want to see if he's actually if there's actual video of him. Well, there it is. Yeah. I should turn that off. This guy makes me sick.
Why do you get to have everything?
Yeah,
John
why can
Cena?
you not? Why isn't
Leave
there something you
for
can't
us.
do? I mean, come on. He's dressed up in full Peacemaker too.
That's even better.
Oh, and what's his name is in the background watching. Oh, who's the sidekick? Why am I forgetting his name? Oh, that was. I mean, is he the greatest piano player? No, but still.
Would you rather be the best in the world at one thing or like the 100th best in the world at like 20 things?
Dude, I'm already mid in most
In
things I do.
everything.
Yeah, so I mean, you know. Now, if he really wanted to
John
impress us.
Cena's got a bald spot. That's an L to me.
Yeah, he does. He absolutely does. But will he go completely bald and it be okay? I don't know. Thank you, Kevin. I don't know why you're being nice to me, but you're right.
Carry on.
It is time for a trim. I can't hear that song without hearing the Upstate Pulse version. I mean, I just forever will hear that. You know, when the thing breaks down and it goes nuts, I'm hearing Cartman. I can't, because after Chris did that, it was just so good.
This
And-
pretty A+.
And Pappy going Scaramouche. I mean, you know, it's just. It also had Harry Carey and Donald Trump in it. So, and Goofy. So, I mean,
Upstate Pulse 7 and 9 on WORD.
Christmas karaoke special. I'm working on it right now as we speak. And I had promised you guys that we're going to do Thriller. We just haven't did it yet to get everybody together before I do it. Matthew is going to read the Vincent Price part as Solid Snake. So me too, Kevin. Me too.
Or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. PF Chang's at AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world.
Part 3, best one of all time, in my opinion, Kevin. It was also in 3D. And Dawkins did the theme song, Dream Warriors. If Dawkins in it, I'm in it.
Football picks from the best prognosticators in the business, including a monkey, to real-time.
We're the Dream Warriors. Don't want to dream no more. I mean, it's just, it's amazing.
Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Want my secret for finding fall style that can take you from home games to holiday get-togethers? Get to Kohl's. I just went and found myself the coziest sweaters for just $24.99 and Levi's jeans for my whole family at 30% off. Plus, I saved 20% on some of my other faves and earned Kohl's cash. So if you want to find new faves for every fall day and everyday savings,
It's the
you know
calm
where to go.
before the storm.
Offers end October 15th. Some exclusions apply. Levi's coupons do not apply. In-store or
So-
details. The pandemic is
I've been trying to get into Starfield. It's like too overwhelming.
It's too big for me too
It's
right now.
just
Yeah.
too much.
Here's what I suggest: just follow the storyline
Yeah.
for a bit. Yeah. You follow the storyline, you start getting powers. Once you get powers, that makes it kind of cool. I would leave a lot of the other stuff to later. Like after, from what I've been told by a lot of people, is beat the game.
Yeah.
Then if you want to go explore and build and all that kind of stuff, do it afterwards.
It's so much.
It is. I think the first game that I've played where I went, this is almost too big for me.
Yeah.
I've had to take a break. I'm still playing Baldur's Gate 3 too. And Matthew taught me how to put mods on the computer game, which I didn't know how to do. And now I do. And so unlimited carry is the best thing in any game for a loot junkie.
I don't disagree.
Welcome to the Fight Club, where we talk wrestling and backyard fights and Walmart fights. We should have broke down that one that happened at was it the baseball game or the football game? That was
game, Raiders game.
Yeah, that was that's when you got the high ground and girl or guys talking stuff, realize where you are and find a way to remedy that, because they're going to be able to rain down blows, just like, you know, Obi-Wan did on Anakin.
Don't try it.
Yeah, but we saw something like that happen earlier. By the way, before we get to anything, the most serious wrestling news that I've come across, probably since we've been doing this, Matt Riddle is opening up a cannabis company. So I mean, you know, I know you guys didn't see that coming. I didn't see it coming. He was recently released by the WWE.
I don't think he's getting hired anywhere else to wrestle. So
Yeah, well, I mean,
I'd have
probably
something going
not.
for him.
You know, the indies might be good for him. They might. And now he's got a fallback business. So as long as, you know, I think he follows Tony Montana's rules, you know, you don't,
Yeah, right.
you don't, well, not the end of the movie rules, but up to that point, you don't use the product. All right, Fastlane is coming up this weekend. Let's go ahead and get to that before we talk some NXT, including the head-to-head matchup between companies that are happening next week. By the way, Fastlane will be for Nerf Wall.
Okay.
And
okay.
In case some of you don't know, I host a program for nearly a decade on our sister station, brother station, however you want to say it.
Brother.
They're a cousin. WRD from 7 to 9 on Saturday nights, which is a pop culture show. And the losers of picking wrestling have to face a Nerf wall. And you may say, that's just Nerfs. It doesn't hurt. Really? You've never taken a sideways nipple shot. That's all I'm saying. That is pain that you cannot imagine. Anyway, so there's one person who's never been on that wall, and his name is Rob Brown.
Baby!
The Brock Lesnar of the Upstate Pulse just went down just a couple weeks ago when Cameron lost and had to face the wall.
Rob Brown.
So Rob has never faced the wall, even though some people, one of which who may actually be on the stream right now, have begged me to cheat and put Rob on that wall, but I will not do that. Rob is too good. Someone said earlier that we should do punishments for wrestling. No, we shouldn't, because I lose. I used to lose a lot. This current crop of guys over on the Pulse, they're not very good at it. So I haven't been on the wall in a while. All right, let us start with the LWO, Rey Mysterio, Santos Escobar, and either Joaquin Wilde or Cruz del Toro versus Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits. I mean, Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits, they get together and it looks like it's going to be a really good thing. And now they're causing division between the group already. Have they just, as creative, changed their minds and decided, you know what, this did look good and now it's not? Or is it just Bobby getting them on that mentality, switching them over, getting the killer instinct in them?
I don't know. And I'll tell you, I kind of hate this because I like the fun Street Profits. All right. I want the smoke. Last couple of times they've come through here, Street Profits were there. Your boy's up with the red Solo Cup ready to go.
By the way, Angelo Dawkins can rock the suit. I was worried about that because he's a bigger guy, but he doesn't look bad.
Yeah. Listen, this stable is new. It's fun. It's shiny. It is I think that the folks in charge now have come to the realization that they really screwed up by not letting the Hurt Business continue. And this is how they're going to try to course correct there. The Street Profits are going to be, Bobby Lashley's new faction, which is going to beat everybody for a while.
Yeah, it's not been named yet. And the LWO are just, they're jobbers. It's unfortunate, except for Ray, but still their job. So I am also going with Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits. There's a good shot that we pick everything the same today.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Which I hope.
This one feels more like a story development pay-per-view than a shake things up.
They have to fulfill their obligation to Peacock and put one of these on per month. All right, Damian Priest and Finn Balor from that one group, that group that's on TV way too much, to the point where you're just like, okay, would you guys go away? Have you reached a saturation point? Have you reached a point where you're tired of seeing Judgment Day?
No.
Okay.
I think they're great.
All right.
I think they're doing everything
so
right.
They're doing what a heel faction should do and just get on people's nerves.
I think they're great. I think they're doing everything right. I will tell you, when they formed up at the beginning, not a Dominic fan early. Damian, I thought, was kind of being wasted a little bit.
Dirty
Finn Balor is one of the best wrestlers on planet Earth, and it just like the dude couldn't catch a break. The only one I was in the corner of, and still am, is Mommy. She's spectacular. But they have come along so far as a group that I am now all in at this point. I think they're phenomenal. All
right, so they are the current undisputed tag team champions going up against Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso. I got a problem with this. Is Cody's story ever going to be finished? I know that they're going to try to stretch it out to WrestleMania, but this, him teaming with Jay, I don't know. I don't know. By the way, Priest and Balor win.
I actually am going to disagree. I'm actually going to go Cody and Jay on this one for a couple of reasons. Number one, we all kind of believe at this point that when Cody brought Jay to Raw and then it started going around that somebody had to get traded back to SmackDown, it's Cody. Why? Now him and Roman are on the same show.
Still believe that's going to happen.
But you've also had one tag team carrying around 2 tag team belts for a hot minute now. And I think the fact that they have not made those one belt is because they do want to, especially with the new TV contracts, send a pair over. What better way to do it than have Cody and Jay win and then tell them, we sent Cody to SmackDown, but we can't just. So, Jay, you get to pick a new tag team partner on Raw. Cody, you get to pick a new tag team partner on SmackDown. Now you've got Cody taking one of the sets of belts back over to SmackDown with him. I think Jay and Cody win. Not only is this an interesting send-off, because now guess what? Jay's by himself again. It's just him and Sammy again, but it's also a really good way to send the belts over to the other show. I'm going to go Jay and Cody win this, and it just furthers the development of the story, the breakdown of the Judgment Day.
And then Jay chooses Sammy as his tag team partner, causing a division with KO. Yeah. All right, I could see that. Are you noticing subtle changes or not so subtle changes since the acquisition from the UFC guys?
Not as much as I thought I might. I mean, I think the production seems, or at least it did for NXT the other day, which, by the way, that video game open was the best thing they've done in years.
That was pretty good. Pretty good.
I think that there has been, like, it does have a little bit more feel of a UFC fight night than a traditional wrestling show, which I'm 100% on board with. I don't have any issue with that, but I think that they're not going to want to they're not going to, if there's going to be gradual changes, but they're going to be real gradual. Because at the end of the day, the one thing you can't say is WWE is anything but successful in what they're doing. So I think you'll see things that are changed maybe in terms of like presentation of events. We might see like a little bit different look at this event coming up, but I don't expect there are going to be any sweeping overall changes, because as long as the product is profitable, then the people at the top have exactly what they want.
I was hoping to get some more Cormier, but that's still my favorite.
I think it'd be fantastic even if you just did it once, bring over. Now, I don't think Rogan's going to do it, but I think it'd be great to put the UFC commentary desk in for a fight. And even if you picked
bring in Dom and Cormier.
Yeah, bring in whoever.
Yeah.
And then what I would do is I would actually organize, whether it's like, Shayna Baszler on the women's side or like Brock and Lashley on their side, do one of those. It's a MMA wrestling match, like it's a real fight kind of wrestling match that you've done in the past, and let those guys come over and do it, because I think Daniel Cormier would be spectacular.
All right. Io Sky versus Asuka versus Charlotte Flair, my friend Charlotte Flair, for the WWE Women's Championship match. Here's the thing. I like Io Sky, but she is not carrying the championship in a way that others have. And maybe it's because, you got the 4 horsewomen who have carried those belts to a certain degree that everyone else has to live up to. But I don't think she's done that. And it seems like every time Charlotte competes for a belt, she wins a belt. She doesn't necessarily keep it, but she wins it. How many more does she have to surpass her dad?
2.
Yeah, it's coming up there.
I think she's at 15 right now. 16 ties, 17 takes it over.
Yes.
I think.
So this is a hard one to pick, but because I don't really know, I don't think Io Sky retains. But I'm going to go with Charlotte just because she sat right over there and I talked to her and she got angry with me, and it was amazing.
Bro, one of us is going to the wall because Io Sky retains in this match. And I'm going to tell you what's happening right now. By the way,
there are other people going to be picking Saturday, so there's no,
I think I have some issues.
Bailey comes out and interferes in a way.
Nope. I am still a WWE fan, but if there is one entity about this organization I don't like, it's the Smarks. All right. I'm very gradually joining the MJF crew here, because I think what's happened is WWE has for so long based their product on the personalities and the writing that the wrestling's not really as important as I'd like it. Like I want good wrestling in my
Yeah,
wrestling
but you also
show.
have Gunther, our friend Gunther, and you've got
Correct.
Chad Gable. I mean, you've
Correct.
got some guys who can really.
Right, but we're not talking about them. I'm talking
Okay,
about the
all
women's
right.
division, where for so long it has been propped up by for almost its entire existence. It's who was prettiest in the bikini top, and now that they're switching over, dude, of these
The
three,
pudding and mud and
Right, it
stuff
was
like
gross.
That. Yeah,
now flipped over.
you can't go
two
wrong with
of-
pudding. By the way,
Two of the best wrestlers in the world are Io Sky and Asuka.
They
are
are.
two
I
of
agree.
the best performers in the ring in the world. And on top of that, everybody's keyed in on we are in this Charlotte Flair circle, or at one of the less important pay-per-views for no good reason. She shows up, she wins the belt, she carries it to one of the big four, she drops the belt, she disappears for 6 months, she comes back, she competes, she wins, she carries, she drops. I think Charlotte's in this match to eat the pin so that you can keep Io Sky and Asuka going a little bit longer. And as long as those two are going at it, I'm watching Io Sky retains and Asuka and Charlotte get into it.
All right, behind the ropes on the stream is saying Jade Cargill debut, which this
I
could
can
be
see it.
could be a way to do it, to start a feud with Charlotte. But at the same time, is she ready yet? Because she has to be acclimated into WWE's way of doing things. And she has said on podcasts and other things that she was not trained the way she thought she would be in AEW. And we know there's a WWE way. Whether you like them or not, they're going to get you ready for that kind of thing. And she has said she wasn't ready in AEW. And if she wasn't ready there, she's not ready in WWE. I hope they don't rush her out. I hope they don't rush her out to a feud that they can't get to work with right away.
I'm going to partially
If she
disagree.
if she comes out, she interrupts, and there's a thing, and then all she does is talk for like 3 months, then there's a problem.
See, I'm going to partially disagree, because I do think WWE is in a unique position because of what I just said, which is it is, to me, less about in-ring performance and more about character-driven stories. Jade Cargill to show up could absolutely go 2 or 3 months where she's in the performance center. She's training. She just flies out, does Raw. She has a couple of promo segments. Maybe she kicks Charlotte Flair in the face a couple of times, never gets into a match while she's then flying back to Orlando, getting ready, getting geared up. Not being ready in AEW is not the end of the world. I don't think it's not as bad as it's made out to be, because that is a company that has a lot of old school veterans in it. The Daniel Bryansons of the world, Bryan Danielsons of the world. I'll get that right eventually. But I think she can come
that
out.
vegan dude.
Yeah, that guy. I think she can come out. I think she can run her mouth a little bit. I think she can pop off, maybe drop a bump on Charlotte or something and set that up. The assumption, though, here is we would set her up to make a run at Charlotte and not have Jade Cargill immediately come out and demand a belt and go, hey, wait a minute, you get to come back and just demand belts for no reason, so I'll do the same. Maybe that's the basis for the feud.
Maybe. We got 2 more matches to get to. John Cena and
Yeah.
LA Knight. Didn't see that coming, really. I didn't.
Why?
Thought it was going to be somebody, because I thought there would be a star equal to
There
John
is
Cena.
a megastar.
Someone.
LA Knight. Yeah.
But if you need someone who can carry someone else, even though they haven't been in the company in a long time, John Cena's your guy. Hopefully we can
Dude,
limit the botches that we're going to see with LA
dude,
Knight, which
You're
is just
so back asswards
no.
here. LA Knight is going to carry the part-timer.
No, he's not.
Yes, he
no,
is.
he's not. If he does, we're in trouble,
No, we're
because
not.
they're not going to win anyway. They're going up against the Bloodline. I am going against Jimmy Uso and Solo. They're labeling them as the Bloodline, are they? Because I don't. Is Jimmy Uso still Bloodline? Bloodline is done. I mean, it was the story, and as soon as the Jay thing happened, what have they done with it? Where's Roman been? Is he doing a movie? Where is he at? I think that the Bloodline wins this match.
I'm going to go Cena and LA Knight. And I think there's 3 primary reasons.
If Vince is in charge, no way LA Knight wins.
I think you're wrong. I'm gonna go the opposite way for 2 reasons. Number one, because of what you just mentioned, I am still of the belief that this is Jimmy Uso attempting to blow the bloodline from the inside out. Otherwise, there are exactly 0 reasons why he did what he did And then immediately he's like, oh no, I'm Bloodline again, fam. I'm back in. I think this is Jimmy kind of trying to get in and blow it from the inside out. And I think there's a very good chance that comes into play here. Number 2, I don't think they bring John Cena back for a match to have him eat an L immediately. But 3,
Rob,
and
Cena was on strike, dude. He just didn't have anything
that's
to do.
fine. You still don't bring him back to have him eat an L. And 3, Lonzo, I don't care if you don't like it. The most over man on the roster now is the guy who can point his finger and have 35,000 people scream his name at the same time. That dude is the whitest, hottest star in the game right now. You don't have to think he's good. You don't have to like him, but there's nobody over right now that is more over than L.A. Knight. Yeah, he is a megastar, and you will recognize it when he carries John Cena to victory over the Bloodline. Yeah.
I'm not going to recognize anything. You know what I do recognize, though, is the fact that there was one Sami Zayn who was on fire that everybody was down with. Everybody couldn't wait to see him win. And what happened? They had him lose in his hometown in front of his wife and his kids. A heel move hits harder on a crowd as far as management goes if they take that guy who everyone loves and make them lose.
Yeah, but why would you have him team up with Cena for that then? What's the point? Just to have Cena on screen? You're gonna have
maybe Cena's gonna pass another torch.
You're gonna have the GOAT. They're calling him that, not me.
Yeah, I agree with them there.
And the most over white hot star on your entire roster lose to a couple of dudes who, unless you've got some diabolical stuff coming, doesn't even make sense.
Cody was over and white hot, and they let him lose to Roman, even though everyone thought for sure he was going to win at WrestleMania. And then hard times have happened.
I'm sorry, who thought he was going to win?
Yeah,
for sure?
but
I have 0 for 3 on the
yeah, I know.
today.
I know, because you know you're wrong in a lot of things today, and it's causing your game to be off. One last thing, as far as WWE goes, Seth Rollins versus Shinsuke Nakamura. Man, I hope Nakamura wins. I'm so tired of hearing the chant and how many minutes it takes for the thing to happen. Right now, they created this belt, but this belt doesn't have the same meaning as the other one does. And they need to, the guy who needs to be carrying that company and needs to be wearing that belt is currently wearing another belt, and that would be Gunther. That needs to be the guy with this belt. If you're not going to give it to Cody, but Seth Rollins needs to lose. And the things that Shinsuke's been doing, I've been liking, going back to the straight up Japanese while he's doing his vignettes and things. I've enjoyed that a great deal. And I think maybe Seth's about to take some time off because they can use the back as an excuse. And last man standing match means there can be cheating and some people can interfere. I don't know who would do that, but still, I'm going with Shinsuke in this.
I'm also going with Shinsuke. I don't subscribe to this is what needs to happen. This is what must happen. No, it's not.
By the way, I didn't change my tone to demean the other person in the room like Rob just did.
I'm demeaning you. I'm demeaning the entire audience of fan bases, the entire fan base.
Well,
that is
if you
with
demean me, you are demeaning the people. I think
go
we've had
after
this
the people
discussion.
The whole this is what needs to happen is this is the story I've written in my head, and I think it's better than anybody else's. Not necessarily true.
The people.
Not necessarily true.
We, the people.
But I will say anime villain Shinsuke Nakamura is the best he's been. Now, that's not why I'm picking him to win. I pick him to win because he either wins this belt or Shinsuke Nakamura is done. There's no point to getting on board with this cat anymore. If he loses this match, you might as well ship him back to New Japan or send him over to AEW where they'll turn him into a megastar, because this version of him is the best he has been since he got here, and he has not done anything since then. He's either gonna win it now or you might as well just go ahead and buy him a plane ticket to Jacksonville.
I agree. All right, let's jump over to AEW. By the way, next week on Tuesday night, AEW and NXT go head to head. NXT has already announced that Paul Heyman, Cena, and Cody are all going to be on NXT because they're going to go head to head. That's going to be interesting. They don't believe people own a DVR, apparently. So,
Well, but the live numbers count. The live numbers
I
matter.
get it.
And the live numbers matter to
I
advertisers.
mean, how many
because if
people
you
just
are-
watch on stream and don't
It doesn't
watch?
matter.
Okay.
The live numbers matter because if you're watching live, what can't you do? Skip the commercials. And the commercials are what make the TV network the money. So even if it's a fraction of who's going to watch via the stream, whoever can go to the network and go, this many people watch live and it's more than watch them live, gets more money from the networks because that means more people that can't skip commercials during an event. So that is why they are trotting out the big guns, because NXT has gone up against AEW in the past, and AEW has won head-to-head with NXT. They got to send all these guys down because they can't lose it again while all these TV contracts are in the
All right,
balance.
so we need to go to break, but as we do, I want to chant something. Adam Copeland, you know what that does? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Chanting Adam Copeland, and Adam is already being used.
Oh
So,
God, multiple people with the same name?
Yeah,
No!
so
That never happens in real life. Anyway, let
there-
me go say hey to Rob Jones over down the hall.
there are several different people or different sites saying that they're going to give him a nickname of some sort that he's going to go with. You can't go with Iconoclast because you can't really chant that.
I think he can just use his name because that's his name.
How about he just goes with Sledge?
They call him Blade. Oh, there's already a Blade. Can't do that.
Yeah, the Butcher would probably
Whatever.
be a Butcher and a Blade.
As long
yeah.
as Christian's out there telling him to go bleep himself, I'm watching it every night. Every night. Back after this to wrap it up on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
I thought Omega said that, but maybe Jericho said something too. So we doing the thing or we're doing another thing?
Now, let's do the other thing.
Okay.
Somebody just made a point that I completely didn't even think about. There's a man running around with a briefcase still.
There is. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, there's only one belt he could go after since the other one ain't wrestling. So to the guy who said he was giving us a week and didn't want to hear the wrestling segment, you've had this, you've had graphs, and you've had Clemson is a better team even though they lost. If you're still here, man, you're going to be here for life. That's all I'm saying. Sorry for not talking, but I got other duties that I got to do. No, that's the wrong thing. What are you doing, Reitzel?
Running a small business is no small task. At Home Trust Bank, we work hard to prepare businesses for whatever tomorrow may bring. Your dreams are our business, and we have local experts.
Done got lost in the extra hour. Forgot where I was.
Dependable guidance you need and service you'll appreciate. At Home Trust Bank, we take your small business banking personally. Visit your local Home Trust branch or anytime at htb.com. Member FDIC.
It's the last blast of summer sale for the Upstate Golf Cart. For a limited time, grab yours for just $40 and get access to 9 premier courses in the Upstate. Tee it up at Carolina Springs. The Preserve at
I think the next question is, does AEW have too many Canadians? I mean, there is a quota. You're supposed to have a certain amount of Canadians in wrestling, but do they have too many on one place? And does WWE have to supplement and bring in some more Canadians? Because what Canadians do they have left? Well, they still got Sammy and and KO.
Trish Stratus, the greatest of all Canadians.
Yeah, she hasn't been on there
The
yet
number one Canadian.
in a while.
The Canadian by which all other Canadians must be judged.
Since her feud is done with Becky Lynch, maybe she's not. Maybe she's done. Maybe her contract's up.
A plane ticket to Jacksonville seems like punishment because it is. Also, I want you to know, James, that I very much appreciate your profile picture there. Very much appreciate it.
They all seems to be a zombie of some sort.
It is. There was a conspiracy theory on Twitter that the emergency alert broadcast that we all got on our phones yesterday was to trigger.
Okay, I didn't get one.
You didn't get yours?
No.
They know you're off the grid. They're like, if anybody's safe in the apocalypse, it's the guy on the compound. He's
okay,
fine.
all right. I really didn't get one. I didn't. I thought that was today.
No, it was yesterday.
Okay. I mean, I know I get them because I've gotten Amber Alerts on there, and I've gotten like tornado stuff.
I got mine, and I did not have my microchip activate and turn me into a zombie.
Okay.
I was kind of excited.
Are we sure with some of the stuff you've talked about today? I'm not positive.
ESPN announced it has required the rights to Tiger Woods' Rory McIlroy's Tiger Golf League in a multi-year partnership. All right, so ordinarily in this spot, this is where we would do what the X is going on, where we would take a look at things that are trending on social media, and I would try to do my best to tell you why, and if I didn't know, I'd just make something up. But instead, we have to ask you a question, and we got to do it quick because the show's over. But Ray Stevenson passed away. He played one of the pivotal antagonists in Ahsoka, whose season finale, dropped this past week on Tuesday. I watched it last night. It was exceptional. He played a very interesting character who had just kind of swung away from the main story to kind of go on his own. And I was very excited about that. But then obviously the actor in real life passed away this past year. And so the debate has been, especially in Star Wars, where we have seen the return of young Princess Leia as a CGI character. We have seen in The Mandalorian, Luke Skywalker return as a CGI character. We have seen Anakin return, still portrayed by Hayden Christensen, but a de-aged version of him. How do we feel about actors being cast but using CGI of their past selves, right? Like computers basically plugging old actors in to whatever role the director wants them to use. And in this case, if you're in charge, are you good with recasting Ray Stevenson, giving another actor a chance to step into that role and just go in the old Dumbledore, like, yeah, it's somebody else, but in this show, we're going to pretend it's not? Or would we be cool with them CGIing Ray Stevenson into that role?
This is a great question, but I have to interrupt the question because we have tickets to give away that we did not give away.
We sure do.
And we've got time to give them away now. If you would like to go see Furman versus the Citadel this Saturday.
Furman v. the Citadel this Saturday at Paladin Stadium. That game is at 2 p.m. And if you would like to go, we have got a 2-pack of tickets for you right this very second. You're getting a pair of tickets to go see Furman host the Citadel this Saturday, August 7th at 2 in the afternoon. And we're going to give them to caller number 2 right now to 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. Caller number 2 getting 2 tickets to Furman v. the Citadel at Paladin Stadium this Saturday. We are back after a 20-hour break to do it all again on a Friday edition of the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Later. Yeah! All right, dudes. Lonzo's got to take the phone and get some sensitive information. So we are going to call it a day. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. Have a lovely rest of your Thursday. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Tell your friends about us. Goodbye.